A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Put respect on that man's name. We talked about Castellanos earlier this week. Phillies with a great win against the Braves last night, and I hope you enjoyed it. And the word enjoy is a big part of today's show because I'm trying to figure out if you actually enjoy sports. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today on this Fanatic Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas. Connor, happy Fanatic, let's say it, Football Friday, as we are 1 week away from the start of the Eagles season.
Hell yeah, baby. Cannot wait. This time next week, we're going to be getting ready, waking up on an Eagles game day. So that's fun.
Dude, this time next week, we'll be reacting to whether our bets hit or not for Ravens Chiefs. We got football action in 6 days, man. I can't believe it.
It's here. It's practically here.
And this morning, nice little chill in the air. I know it's still going to get up into the probably upper 70s, lower 80s today, but nice little chill in the air, waking up, getting out of the house. Now getting out of the house is 4 o'clock in the morning for us, so of course it's going to be a little cooler out. But it feels great to have football right around the corner. So, of course, as the show continues today, we're going to have a lot of Eagles topics for you. Today's one of these days. I said to Connor, I was like, I got a bunch of random stuff that I'm going to throw your way today. It's all sports related. But I got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to throw your way as the show continues in the 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. But here's what I want to start off with. I want to talk about enjoyment and whether or not you actually get it from sports. So first things first, Phillies with a great win last night against the Braves. They win 5-4. They're down 3-0 early. Braves score a run in the second. They score 2 in the third. And then they put up a fourth run in the sixth inning. So top of the sixth inning, the Phils are down 4-0. And you're going, oh, my God. Charlie Morton is shutting them out. And everybody's freaking out, right? Because the previous game, they're no-hit through 7 innings against a rookie. And now the next day, they're facing 75-year-old Charlie Morton, who's throwing about 75 miles per hour. And people are saying, here we go. Everybody told us that they were back after a couple of wins. And then they get almost no hit against the Astros. And then they come out here, and now they're getting blanked by Charlie Morton. Until Brandon Marsh steps up to the plate in the bottom of the sixth inning and hits a 3-run home run, scoring Nick Castellanos and JT Realmuto. Now, there's a reason why I mentioned Nick Castellanos. So they're down 4-3. Then in the bottom of the seventh inning, Nick Castellanos steps up to the plate, and it's a 2-run shot, dead center. Trey Turner scores. Castellanos obviously scores. They win 5-4. The ninth inning, boom, 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 done and over with. Jeff Hoffman does the
That's your friend.
The dip celebration, right?
I love it.
After Whit Merrifield grounds out, and the Phillies get the win. Now, I want to talk more about the game, and I want to talk more about Nick Castellanos, and we will, because, again, Nick Castellanos, we talked about him earlier this week. It was 2 days ago?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was 2 days ago. It was the day we reacted to it the day of what ended up being close to the no-hitter, that Nick Castellanos does not get nearly enough, I don't even want to say love, just likeness in this city, because he has actually been better than the way a lot of people make him out to be. And last night was another big moment for Nick Castellanos, another big moment against the Atlanta Braves, by the way. And now his 19th home run. The batting average continues to go up. 2 more hits yesterday. All of a sudden, you look at his numbers, and they're top 2, top 3 in most offensive statistical categories for the Philadelphia Phillies, which is what you expect him to do when he is one of the higher-paid players with Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. Right? He's doing what you kind of expect him to.
Well, he's doing more right now. Like, honestly, if I look at this lineup, I'm not saying Nick Castellanos should be top 2 or 3 in offensive categories. Bryce Harper's a better hitter than him. Trey Turner's a better hitter than him. Kyle Schwarber could be, depending on the year. JT Realmuto could be, depending on the. Like, I look at it and I say, oh, I would expect him to be around 4th or 5th on this team, which is kind of what you expect based on the lineup. He's doing much more than that right now. He's red hot. He's really helping this team. And something, too, really clutch hitting.
Yes, absolutely. He's hitting .292 now in the month of August with 4 home runs, 16 RBI. You know, the strikeouts are still the strikeouts. He's got 18. But you know what? 18 in the month of August, 18th in the month of July. In June, it was 25. In May, it was 26. In April/March, it was 28.
Yeah, so he's cutting down. The strikeouts are never going to go away.
Right, but they're cutting down, and the average is going up. So clearly, he's getting better, more comfortable at the plate. Not that he changes his approach all that much, but he probably does a little thing. You know, I think he's got a bit of a macho man mentality or a not care mentality in front of a camera, but let's face it, he doesn't just wake up and show up to the ballpark and try to play baseball. I've seen that guy work out in spring training. I watched him specifically working on defensive drills 2 years ago, and we've seen him become a better outfielder. He's a good ball player, and I don't think he gets enough credit or literally any credit in this city for whatever reason. And so that leads to the conversation about enjoyment. So earlier this week, we talked about Nick Castellanos. This was the day after they had the big win against the Astros in the second game of that series. We know what happened in the third game. But we had this conversation about Nick Castellanos where we were just like, hey, what's the temperature check? And Brendan, you were manning the text line yesterday, that day. We got a bunch of texts of, I still hate him, or I don't like him.
Yeah,
I don't
calling
like his
out
attitude.
the chains, calling out the buttons, stuff that has nothing to do with on the field. It's ridiculous.
And so if you have that much, I don't know if you want to say hatred or just dislike of an individual that has had a lot of big moments for you in this city, Reggie Jackson-like moments in the playoffs last year, has actually been one of, if not your most consistent hitters on this team over the last 3 or 4 months now. Maybe Alec Boehm, the only guy that you can say has been more consistent. And yet people are still coming in the next day after he had a big night with a certain attitude toward him. I imagine if we did that show again today, we would probably still get a certain attitude toward Nick Castellanos. And I just try to wonder, like, did you not like the moment last night because it was him? Like, are there people, is there somebody out there that rolls their eyes that it was Nick Castellanos yesterday?
Possibly. Very possibly.
I'm not saying the majority. I'm just saying, were there a handful of people that watched Nick Castellanos do the go-ahead 2-run home run yesterday and go, oh, man, I wish it was anybody but him?
Yeah, he still stinks. Whatever. Like, yeah, for sure. You know what? They're the guy from Major League. I don't know if that's a dated reference now.
I know what
but
you're talking
the guy
about,
sitting out in the outfield that always is like, this team stinks until literally the second where they win the pennant.
Right.
Like, that's where I think some people are with certain players on this team. That's where I think people have gotten with this team overall. But Nick Castellanos is a lightning rod for people not liking the way he goes about how he does things. And he's been really, really good for you. I don't know about you, Andrew, but outside of guys in this city that have had major off-the-field issues, where I think they're just like not a good person or don't deserve to continue playing the sport that they're playing, there has not been a single player in this city that has won a game for a team or had a big moment for a team where in the moment I wasn't excited about what that player accomplished.
Right. And there are probably some people that feel a certain type of way. And again, probably very, very small percentage. But here's what I'm getting at. And this is something that, again, today's one of these days where I'm going to be all over the place. But this is a topic that also I can tie into the Eagles. This is kind of a, 4-for-4 topic, to quote an old friend. And you can chime in at 610-632-0975. How does sports provide enjoyment for you? This is something where we will get a million different answers. And the reason why I asked the question is because I think there are some people that only watch sports for championships, right? And if that's the case, you have been more miserable in your life than you've been happy, right? 2 championships in 40 years. Okay?
Not great.
Like, that means the Phillies getting to the World Series and NLCS in back-to-back years was not enough for you because they have not won. So that means ultimately you didn't feel the ultimate joy. 2022, I will look back at that season with nothing but happiness.
I agree.
Right? And they didn't win. But the Pride is something that I enjoy. I always say that sports is the greatest reality TV show that's out there. Reality TV shows, stuff that I think John watches sometimes.
Oh, does he?
Like the Big Brothers and all those things.
Oh, I don't
right?
know if he does. Does he do those?
He used to. He told me.
Soap operas.
Those shows are scripted.
Yes, they are.
Even though they're considered reality TV, they are scripted. I know somebody that acted in a show, and I will tell you that this person is in an incredible marriage. They are very happy, but they were on a reality TV show, the two of them, and they were supposed to hate each other. Reality TV show, they were supposed to hate each other. So they did it for the paycheck, but they actually love each other, and they're a very, very happy family, right?
That'd be a hell of a job. Hey, go on this show and pretend like you're arguing with your significant other for money. Wink.
Right, yeah,
get
exactly.
some stuff out that you're annoyed about. But
Like,
anyway.
reality TV is actually scripted, right?
Yes.
Sports are not. I know there are some lunatics that believe sports are scripted, or they believe that the referees have are doing certain things for.
That one might be.
It has happened, but that's besides the point. But when it doesn't come, like I love sports because of the any given moment. Weston Wilson a couple weeks ago, hitting for a cycle. Man, if Weston Wilson was a player for the Astros, I would have been like, wow, that's freaking cool. A guy that slummed it in the minors for as long as he did, gets an opportunity, hits a home run last year, in his first major league at bat, right? And then this year gets another opportunity because of injuries and hits for a cycle. Weston Wilson could be a player for any team in Major League Baseball except for the Mets, and I would have thought that was a cool story, right? Didn't have to be for the Phillies, but obviously there was a little extra enjoyment because he plays for the Phillies, and there's a big spot where he helped them win a baseball game. But I want to know, what are some of the things that provides enjoyment for you in sports? Because ultimately, you know the deal, Connor. You do this every single day like me. Sometimes you do doubles like you did yesterday.
A little tired, but that's okay.
We are constantly reacting and debating doing this job. Constantly, right? And sometimes your side of the debate is not the happy-go-lucky debate. Like, you more so than most, but a lot of times it's doom and gloom. Or instead of going into the 2024 season of this is why the Eagles will win the Super Bowl, it's this is why the Eagles won't win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Like, that's what we do. And I think that's natural. I think that's what a lot of people do in life. But if that's the case, then do you actually get joy out of sports?
I wonder that about people sometimes, man. Like, I've seen the way that people have consumed this Philadelphia Phillies season and the way they go out. And this has nothing to do about whether or not you're right? The argument here is not, oh, I think they're going to win the World Series. Other people don't. Those people are idiots. They're not enjoying anything. Like, no, that's not what this is about. But when you go through a bad stretch with a team, when a player that you don't like is struggling or is doing something or whatever, when you get into a situation where you're annoyed with the way that sports are going in the city, whatever a team it is, and you just start completely saying, okay, well, anything good that happens, I'm not going to believe in it. Any win that they have, well, they're one step away from their next loss. Like, I don't see it like that, and I don't know how that's fun for you. Like,
right.
If you're more negative than positive, why is this something that you want in your life the way that you do?
Right, and like yesterday, our man Dan Bagster, who I know is a big Philadelphia sports fan, okay? Big Philadelphia sports fan. He tweets us out at 8:02 yesterday. They're losing, right? Again, game's not over till it's over, but they're losing. The Braves are missing so many players, and they're light years better than the Phillies. First off, it's not true. Like, the Phillies, if you want to just go off of record, the Phillies have a better record.
That's
the
correct.
Phillies have also bested the Braves in the playoffs the last two seasons, despite me believing the Braves were the better team, but the Phillies were just better in that spot. And that's not revisionist history. Like, I remember Buster Olney saying to me last year in, like, May, the Phillies were built to beat the Braves in the playoffs, and they did it again last season. And you could probably make the case that they're built to beat the Braves in the postseason this year if they do face each other again, just because of how the teams are set up. A game in August, a 4-0 deficit in August, should not tell you the story of a baseball team. It really shouldn't. But there are people that go through a Phillies game, see that they're losing, and the sky's falling. to me, I go, yeah, this sucks, but hold on, let's see what happens. And then in a blink of an eye, Brandon Marsh makes it a 4-3 ball game. And then you start going, oh, wait, they're not done yet. But I guarantee you there's probably somebody that's out there yesterday when Brandon Marsh hits the home run when it was only the 6th inning saying too little, too late. There's still 3 more innings. There's still 3 more opportunities for you to hit. And then Castellanos gives you a 5-4 lead. And I guarantee you after they took the 5-4 lead, there's probably somebody out there that's going, well, they're going to blow it.
Like, I need people to understand this. You think you're protecting yourself from something when you act that way. You think you're protecting yourself from expectations, from the potential heartbreak of a team not reaching the goal that we believe they're capable of. That's why, like, people, when you look at a season, they're worried about, oh, it's championship or bust, but I'm not going to say it and all of this stuff. And the wins, they don't celebrate as much as they let the losses bother them.
Right.
Let me tell you something. Andrew and I are largely positive guys when it comes to the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yes.
When we believe in this team, I mean, it still sucks when they lose, but we have the same reaction as somebody who was mad the whole game. Like, you can just get to the same spot by enjoying the journey there. And a lot of people don't enjoy the journey, or at least haven't this year.
Right.
I'm not saying enjoy everything. I'm not saying when they go through a 2-month stretch where the Philadelphia Phillies can't find a way to consistently win ball games.
That was not fun. As a positive person, that was not fun. I was miserable.
Right.
And I wasn't saying that they're back after a win against the Marlins and a winning series against the Nationals. I wasn't ready to say that they were back. But, hell, that Kyle Schwarber grand slam, of course I celebrated it.
Absolutely. That's the thing. In that bad stretch, there were good games. And people who couldn't get enjoyment out of those games. Like, when the team wins, I'm happy. When the team loses, I'm not happy. And it's that simple. And some people do mental gymnastics to not do it that way. And I don't think it's that complicated, folks.
Yeah, so I want to get your reaction on this. You can text in, you can call in at 610-632-0975. How you get enjoyment out of sports, or what does sports provide for you in terms of enjoyment? Because I get a feeling, especially now, and I get it. The Phillies lost in the World Series, then lost in the NLCS, and they had a 2-month stretch of very bad baseball. So people were already starting to compare the Eagles' collapse to the Phillies' collapse that's currently was happening. Also, a lot of people compared the Phillies to that 08, 09, 10 stretch where you were in the World Series, you lost, NLCS, you lost, divisional round, you lost, but they never won the World Series with this team, blah, 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 blah. Like, people already starting comparing to a team that played 16 years ago, right? But I get it, because the Sixers, every single year, have been championship contenders. They've lost in the second round. The Flyers are coming out of a rebuild, but it was really, really bad for a couple of years. You want to throw the Union into the mix? They lose in a championship game when they had a lead in overtime, but because of stupid soccer rules, the game doesn't just end. The Eagles had a 10-point lead in a Super Bowl and a wild fumble off of the thigh because he squats 600 pounds of Jalen Hurts, bounced in the wrong direction, and the Chiefs scooped it up and scored. And then a couple things happened in the second half that lead to a Chiefs victory. I get it. There have been a lot of heartbreaking moments in the last couple of years when it comes to Philadelphia sports. But as I've said numerous times to you, whether it's been on this show or middays, the fact that you get to have the heartbreak, at least you got to that point.
Right.
And that's the thing for me. I would rather, I know this sounds crazy, but I would rather have heartbreak. It's like the old, you're better to love than to never feel love at all. That
Yes.
Like that old saying. Like,
better to have loved and lost.
yes,
than never
exactly.
to have
Thank
loved
you.
at all.
That's kind of my approach with sports too. I would rather lose in a Super Bowl than go 2-14 and not feel like I'd rather be the Phillies than the Chicago White Sox.
Kind of. But part of the reason why is because you have to go into seasons understanding how rare championships are. You said 2 in 40 years.
Yes.
Like, you have to understand that
Unless you're in Boston sports.
Yeah, screw them. More likely than not, this season is not ending in a championship.
Right.
So what do you get out of it? If you'd like to like things, and I like to think that the average person, not everybody, because there's just some miserable people out there, but the average person, more likely than not, likes to enjoy the things they spend their day doing. I think that's a natural human thing.
Yes.
Well, if all you're going to set it up by is championship, then you're going to have a bunch of days that don't matter or annoy you. And then you're going to have one big day at the end where if you even get there, where you may or may, it's a coin flip even if you win. You have to enjoy the things that happen along the way, or you're going to have no enjoyment for a season, or very little. And we've had good teams in this city. We're in a good stretch right now in Philadelphia with our sports teams.
Yes, great stretch. I've been saying we are kind of in the golden days. We just haven't seen a championship yet, so we're not ready to say that. But we're pretty freaking close to it, man.
Yeah, but
this era for listen, you're listening to a show with three guys that are 30 or close to 30, Connor. I don't want to
easy, yeah.
I don't want to go over the top.
A month,
right? You're listening to three guys that are 30 years old, right? We didn't have the 80s. We didn't have 1980 where the Phillies won the World Series and three other teams were in their respective championship, right? We haven't had that. We're living kind of through that right now. And so forgive me when I say, yeah, we haven't won a championship yet right now, but we're in a golden time in sports. But because there hasn't been the championship yet, I think people are just on the edge of their seat, if not already have fallen off and have crawled up in a fetal position. So here's what I want to hear from you at 610-632-0975. How does sports provide you enjoyment? There's a million answers. It could be community. It could be the reality TV-like feel that I love. It could be expectations. It could be you might like heartbreak. I don't know. How does sports provide you enjoyment? And so I'm going to add in a topic that we had yesterday. Are you comfortable saying the Eagles have a chance to win the Super Bowl? We discussed this a little bit yesterday. We'll dive deeper into it coming up next. If not, then you are exactly who I'm trying to talk to today. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Live by the law.
Kincade on Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Friday. We are 1 week away from the start of the NFL season for the Eagles. Actually, 6 days away from the start of the NFL season when the Ravens and Chiefs battle on Thursday night. Oh, my God. I can't wait. Now, here's the one problem for me. This will be the first morning show 8 o'clock football game for me.
Buckle up.
And the Eagles, at least, we benefited from being a Friday night, so we're off the next day. But then the next week, week 2, is a Monday night. So that means what? Nap in the day?
No. It means go to bed at halftime.
Should just wait until the postseason.
Yeah. Or not for the Eagles game.
No, I'm saying for the Eagles.
Oh, well,
Monday
sorry.
night.
I thought you meant
Jesus.
I thought you meant the first
I had
Monday
a
night.
heart attack.
Wait till the Phillies kick off at 8, and then that leads into an Eagles game a couple days later in prime
Right,
time.
exactly.
You're waking up
It's like every single night, yeah. So
No,
I got
staying
to
up
be
for
ready
Eagles.
for that. Now, look, I stay up pretty late as it is. I was literally just talking about this with my wife yesterday. I was like, I should probably start going to bed earlier.
Yeah, dude, you're insane.
Yeah, it's all right. I need a couple hours. I keep moving. Look, I was watching Colorado football last night. Colorado, North Dakota State. It was a big game yesterday.
You're crazy.
I couldn't miss that action. Shador Sanders throwing
Sure.
tutties to Travis Hunter. Come on, man. I couldn't miss that last night.
I caught the highlights this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Got some sleep.
Listen, man, I'm a football guy. That's the difference. My time has come. All right, so yesterday we asked this question. And I want to revisit it because we were very busy yesterday, and we asked it around 8:30, and then we had Kevin Nagandi on, and then we talked to Phillies Braves to start the series. We were talking a lot about Taiwan Walker yesterday, so we didn't really get to dive deeper into it. But I want to spin this into our initial topic. So our main question today, it's 610-632-0975. On the side of the Phillies, obviously the Phillies are on the table. Nick Castellanos, love or hate, would love to hear from you. I don't understand how you can have hate for a guy that's been consistently good for the Phillies. I know that's crazy talk, but he has been. Where do you get your enjoyment from sports? And again, this could be a million answers. It could just be, I love memories of sports. It could be, I love sitting down with my dad and watching a Phillies game. It could be, I love my tailgate group. Our man, Brendan Petrilli, who's being the associate producer today. He does a weekly tailgate during football season, during the Eagles games. Like, I'm sure that kind of community is part of the reason why people love sports. You know the person that doesn't really care about the sport but loves putting on their Eagles jersey and just getting blacked out drunk at a tailgate?
Yeah.
And then they say, go Birds.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right? Like, that's part of their enjoyment for sports. But when it comes to the actual games, like, I also like the actual games. Obviously, I'm upset when they lose.
Yeah, but I'm happy when they win.
And there are people that go, oh, they won, but. Like, no but. Like, they won.
Nope.
Be happy. Nick Castellanos, even though you may have a predetermined opinion on the guy, has been one of your better players actually the last 2 seasons and is continuing to play well and had a major moment last night with that 2-run home run.
I'm going to get deep here. And I hope maybe that this brings somebody, like it opens somebody's eyes. Maybe someone around our age. One day, the reason that I try and enjoy everything as much as I can with sports and life in general is because one day, hopefully, God willing, I'm going to wake up at like 70 years old. And I'm going to look into the eyes of my child. And they're going to be like, wow, Dad, or maybe even Grandpa.
Yeah.
What was it like back in the 2020s?
Yeah.
When you had Joel Embiid and Bryce Harper and Jason Kelsey and Jalen Hurts and Matvey Michkov, hopefully. Long way to go for him, but still. And championship appearances and division titles and all these wins.
This is a good time, man.
And I don't want to have to wake up, or I don't want to have to look into my kids' eyes and say,
they pissed away the opportunities. All they did was lose.
and be like, I didn't really enjoy it all that much. Because you know what he's going to say? What?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean you didn't enjoy it? The Phillies are winning 34 games this year in the year 2070 or whatever it's going to be. And there are going to be bad times.
I
Don't
do
create them.
believe that we have gotten spoiled recently.
Yes, we have.
The Eagles are always good, despite only winning 1 Super Bowl. The Phillies are in a stretch right now where they've been one of the better teams in baseball for 3 years, despite winning a championship. The Sixers are perennial contenders every single year, despite not getting out of the second round. those three teams, ultimately, your preseason expectations have fallen short. However, the fact that they're at least coming close to it, I'm not saying that should be enough, right? I'm still going to hold all these players to a certain standard, right? I don't want to be a hypocrite. If Bryce Harper doesn't get a hit in the playoffs and they end up losing it early, I'm going to freak out about that. If Joel Embiid has a horrible playoff performance, I will freak out about it. I've talked to you guys a lot about how I am going to hold Jalen Hurts to a higher standard this year. The Eagles might be 12-5, but if he's looking lackluster, I'm going to still continue to point it out, right? Because my expectations are there. But ultimately, when the Eagles win a football game, I'm going to high-five the person I'm with.
Yeah, this is not – we had a conversation similar to this, but there's an important difference. Earlier on in Kincade Salciunas, a while ago, we had a conversation about success in sports. This is not about success in sports. This is about enjoyment.
Right.
Right? So you can find enjoyment without ultimate success. You're going to have to, or you're going to be a miserable person. And that's what we're talking about here. It's not just, hey, they didn't win the championship. This season was a complete failure. No, it's, okay, I enjoyed this today. And we'll see where we get to down the road. But there's no reason.
But there's a lot of people that are only thinking about down the road.
Okay.
Right?
Well, live in the moment a little bit more, folks.
So yesterday, I asked the question, do you feel comfortable saying the Eagles have a chance to win the Super Bowl? I didn't ask you to predict that the Eagles would win the championship. I didn't tell you to put money down on the Eagles winning the championship. All I said was, hey, do you feel comfortable saying that they have a chance to win the Super Bowl? Because I read a Fox Sports article, Ralph Vacchiano, who's been covering the NFL for a very long time. He broke down an order, 1 through 32, basically his power rankings of teams that have the best chance to win a Super Bowl. And he had the Chiefs at number 1, he had the Eagles at number 2. Ahead of the 49ers and the Lions and the Ravens, teams with better odds to win the Super Bowl, he had the Eagles at number 2. So that tells me that he believes there's a chance the Eagles win the Super Bowl. All I asked was, do you believe the Eagles have a chance? Do you feel comfortable saying it? And we still got pushback on, how can I say that they have a chance when the defense is blah, blah, blah? You're already miserable going into a season. All I'm asking you is, do you think they have a chance? Honestly, 100% of people should say yes. That should be the easiest question in the world. Do you think they have a chance? Yes or no? Well, everybody has a chance. So boom, yes.
Simple.
Simple answer. But there are people that immediately text in and go, oh my God, I can't say that yet. I got to see how it plays out first. Yo, I'm just asking if you think they have a chance. And so if you say no, or if you don't just immediately say yes, if you overthink it, you're exactly the person that I'm speaking to today, or asking where in sports or how does sports provide you enjoyment if you can't answer a simple question like that. 610-632-0975. So B Gun, what do we got on the text line today about that topic? And I know some people are chiming in about Nick Castellanos as well.
Yeah, we got Blaine from Kentucky checking in. He says the enjoyment for me is the ride, the emotional roller coaster sports consistently can put you on. There isn't many instances in life where within a minute you can go from complete disappointment to complete joy, and sports can provide that consistently.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was just last night. Social media yesterday you would have thought that they were losing Game 7, right? They were losing a game in August 4-0, and it was bad. And it was coming off of a game where you showed no life against the Houston Astros because the organization decided to show no life on the pitching mound. And then all of a sudden, boom, a swing of the bat by Brandon Marsh makes it a 4-3 ball game. And a swing of the bat by Nick Castellanos gives you the lead. And then you have an electric 8th inning from Matt Strahm, striking out 2 batters. And then Jeff Hoffman gets the save. And it felt like October baseball. At one moment, it felt like doom and gloom for people. Not for me, but for people. The next moment, it felt like October baseball again.
Yep.
And that is a great point by Blaine, that the emotional roller coaster is why he gets enjoyment out of sports. Now, clearly, he gets more enjoyment when it's the top of the roller coaster, when you're feeling great about your team, not necessarily at the bottom when things are going bad. But, that bad energy sometimes turns into even more enjoyment, because 2 months of bad baseball, you finally get out of it. Man, it's like the weight is off the weight of the world's off your shoulders, and you're just enjoying baseball again.
Yeah, you can't enjoy wins without acknowledging there's a chance you lose.
Right.
You have to come to terms with the fact that things can go wrong at any moment. But that's life, dog. That's sports. That's life. That's everything. That's what makes the wins so enjoyable. And also, that's why you need to celebrate them when they happen. Because if you throw those away, like baseball is the longest season by a mile. The Phillies might not win 100 games. And it might sound like a lot when you say, like, 96, 97. But over the course of a year, and we only get so many, you have 96, 97-ish, and then postseason, number of wins to celebrate. And then there's going to be a lot of losses in there, too. So without going insane, you have to be able to celebrate the good times.
Yes, absolutely. All right, what else we got, B-Gun?
All right, we got Dan in Phoenix checking in on the Nick Castellanos comment. He says, Andrew is spot on. Castellanos gets way more grief than deserved. Points to criticize? Sure. But he's been Nick Consistency as of late.
Yeah, like, look, let me make this clear. I don't think Nick Castellanos is a perfect baseball player.
No.
Like, there are things that do bother me, okay? The NLCS last year. It's not just the fact that he had one hit. It's the fact that every pitch was low and away and his helmet was flying off because he was swinging for the fences. We'll go look back. Not that you want to provide that kind of pain to yourself.
Not going to do it.
Just look at every Nick Castellanos swing in the NLCS last year. His helmet fell off on every swing, okay? That means he was pulling out, trying to hit home runs every single swing. His helmet kept on flying off. There are things like there are things about Jalen Hurts that I don't like. Like, you don't have to say that guy is the perfect baseball player. I don't think Bryce Harper is the perfect baseball player. I don't think Joel Embiid. I have a love affair with Joel Embiid. There's still things about Joel Embiid that bother me. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I'm not perfect. I'm close to it, but I'm not perfect.
Hey, easy
right?
over there.
Like, there are things about myself that I don't like, okay? But to just constantly rip someone, which is what a lot of people do when it comes to Nick Castellanos, that's something that I don't get. You can say I don't necessarily like his attitude. You can say that I don't like his approach at the plate. But to say that dude's been a colossal disappointment or hasn't come close to being the guy as advertised when they paid for him, you can say he's fallen short of expectations of the contract. But he has not been some major problem for you.
No.
He really hasn't been. He was in year one. That I can't take away from you. But last year, he was your best player.
Yeah.
And this year, he has been one of your most consistent players since May. This isn't just the month of August. This has been his best month.
Right.
But May, June, and July, he was consistently good for the Phillies.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't a one-year contract. You have to evaluate the player as the rest of the time plays out. By the way, I love that we're doing a show on what gives you enjoyment in sports, and you just told everyone basically to go watch an NLCS strikeout compilation.
Yeah, well,
that'll help.
Well, yeah, sorry about that. All right, so how does sports provide you enjoyment? Because clearly we don't have all one answer, and it can't just be winning championships because you've seen so few of those. But you're here every day. We know you listen to the show. We react with you on social media. I know you're watching. I know you're listening. I know you're following along. We do appreciate it. That means you like sports. But what about sports is actually giving you that enjoyment? Unless it's just pain. I don't really want to hear that one. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. We'll get to more text messages coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Fanatic Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a Fanatic MVP.
Salciunas on this Fanatic Friday, show number 120 of Kincade and Salciunas. We thank you all for being a part of this ride. Here's to at least 120 more. Let's get through football season. John Kincade will be back on Tuesday following Labor Day Monday. Connor's been doing a great job sitting in his chair.
Aw.
Brendan Gunn.
Thanks, buddy.
I mean it. Brendan Gunn's been doing a great job sitting in Connor's chair. Maybe even better than what Connor does.
I see.
Some
I
say.
love that. You build me up, you break me back down.
Buttercup, baby.
So
Shut up.
we got today's headlines coming up with B Gunn at 8:05. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, we got a bunch of random stuff that I'm going to be throwing your way as the show goes on. We're going to get into the Brazil discussion once again because that was brought up a lot and ad nauseum on social media. I have a college football question for you guys at some point later on in the show. I have a fascinating topic that I want to get into. At least I find it fascinating about ownership in sports. Because Nick Castellanos said something earlier this week that I said something similar to earlier this week as well. And then, of course, at some point in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll get into tonight's Phillies game and a whole lot more. So it's going to be a busy day, but we're going to be all over the place. So we appreciate you being a part of it. And you can always chime in on any of our topics on the text line or the phone line at 610-632-0975. But the main topic today, other than just reacting to the Phillies and celebrating Nick Castellanos having another great game that people won't give him credit for, what in sports provides you enjoyment? So I want to get some more texts on that. Brendan, have those ready. But I'm going to go to the calls here, too, because one of our questions that I threw out yesterday that I brought up again today was, do you feel comfortable saying the Eagles can win the Super Bowl? And I think a lot of people hesitate to say yes. And I don't know why. I'm just asking you if you feel comfortable saying it, that they have a chance. And if you say no, then you're the exact person I'm trying to talk to today. Like, why? What do you watch sports for? If you can't even say, yeah, they have a chance. Let's go to Tommy in New Jersey. Tommy, you're on the Fanatic.
Hello?
What's up, Tommy?
How you doing? Yeah, I would like to say I believe the Eagles are going to go to the Super Bowl. And you kind of had to bump your head to believe they wouldn't because I don't believe San Fran has it this year, and Eagles are fully stacked. And then especially acquiring Jahad Dotson, our offense is going to be a problem for a lot of defenses this week.
Yeah, it should be. And Tommy, I'm not even going as far as you saying I think they're in it. I'm just trying to find out if people think they have a chance. And if you say they don't have a chance, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the point of you watching the football season is then.
Right. You must be. I don't know. Like to me, I just you just look at the team itself right there. It says it. Like at Super Bowl or bust. Like Howie Roseman, he's doing his thing, and all offensive coordinator, defensive coordinators, they're putting the books down. I just couldn't see how we can't go. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can see how you can't go. And thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Tom. I don't like. All right, the defense could suck.
Right. Somebody could get hurt.
Somebody could get hurt.
The offense could be clunky.
Maybe Jalen Hurts is more like 2023 and 2021 than 2022. Let's face it. He's had one elite season and two not elite seasons. Not bad seasons, but not elite seasons.
Maybe the head coach legitimately has no idea what he's doing.
Right. Maybe there is more disconnect inside the locker room. Maybe Kellen Moore. Maybe we are talking about a false messiah here. Like I could go through a million reasons why there's a reason why they can't get to the Super Bowl. But I'm not doing that today. I'm just asking, do you think they have a chance to get to the Super Bowl? And if you say no, that I don't understand.
There's a great quote by Max Homa, the golfer. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he is a very good golfer. And he's a guy that has dealt with a lot of stuff, like mentally. And every high-level athlete does. You got to believe in yourself highly to get to a level of competition like that. But he says, when I catch myself thinking of what could go wrong, I let myself dream of what could go right. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to let yourself believe in what the best case scenario can be.
You just
and
pulled
that's
that Max Homa quote off the top of your head.
I love that.
That must have sat home with you.
Absolutely.
Modern day Socrates.
Hey, jeez.
Yeah, and he golfs.
He's going Max Homa on me.
Tell me that's not a great way to just approach things, though.
It is.
That's something that people need to remember.
It is a great way, man.
It doesn't kill you to dream about what could be.
I mean, I was saying to you and Haley the other day, sports is it's a horrible thing if you're a professional athlete, depending on your age. So Derek Jeter, the day he had his retirement press conference,
Yeah.
he said for the first time in like 5 years, I'm young again, because he was 40, and 40's young. But when you're 35, 36, 37 in Major League Baseball, you're old. We talk about James Bradbury as if he's a freaking dinosaur.
Yeah.
He's 1 year older than me.
Well, you're basically a dinosaur.
Think about that for a second. James Bradbury is 31 years old. But in the sport of football, we talk about, and he turned 31 in August. So he's only 4 months older than me. And we talk about James Bradbury as if he's this old fart. Somebody get him a cane or a wheelchair.
Got a piano on his back.
Yeah,
Can't run anymore.
Like, exactly. Like, it's crazy. But I get it. There are some quotes that sit home with you.
Yes.
Good job with the Max Homa quote. All right, what do we got on the text line, Brendan?
All right, we got John in Tampa checking in. He says, my happiness in sports comes from the connection I get with the city of Philadelphia. Living in Florida for 6 years, we're 1,000 miles away from friends, family, and our amazing city. Watching the Phillies every day and riding the wave of all Philly sports teams helps back with that connection.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've done the math before. I don't know exactly how many, but I've gone to over 200 Phillies games with my father.
Yeah.
They did not go 200-0. All right? I don't know what the overall record was, but we started doing the 17-game plan in 2003. So we went through some years where they were playing 500 baseball or less.
Good
right?
years and bad years.
Good years and bad years. We did it from 2003 until the 2012 season. Okay? I saw wins, I saw losses. Driving home from the games every single night, no matter what the record was, no matter whether they won or lost, we would talk about how much fun it was going to the Phillies game together.
Yeah, you
Right,
get ice
like-
cream, you watch a game, something cool happens.
Yeah, like the community thing is a big part of it. And I wondered, that might be number one for a lot of people. Like just getting together and watching a game. Like, I love that. I don't do it all that often because of what we do for a living. And obviously, I have a 2-year-old now, so things change. But like the other day, I went to a bar. I texted my buddy. It was when the Phillies played the Royals in the afternoon game.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, you want to go to a bar and watch the game? I'll bring Coop." And he's like, "Yeah, sure." It was nice.
It's a good time.
It was just
man.
like the community aspect of it. So what about sports do you actually get enjoyment from? Because a lot of times we are down in the dumps, but you keep on coming back. So what is it that you keep coming back for? And it can't just be winning championships because let's face it, we haven't seen many of those. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. We'll reset the show coming up next. And as I mentioned, a bunch of random stuff coming your way today. We get into the Brazil conversation because social media was in an uproar because of Brazil. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic on this Fanatic Friday. Coming up around 7:10, we're going to get into the discussion about Brazil because A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith spoke about it yesterday during their press conferences, and it then caused an uproar on social media. I have some thoughts on the Brazil game. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while now, but now that we're 1 week away, it's coming back up in conversation. So I'll get into it. But there are some things that I think people need to realize. And we'll get into that coming up at 7:10. But here's what we're talking about today. The conversation about enjoyment when it comes to sports. What about sports provides you enjoyment? And this can be any team, any topic you can think of. Because I don't think there is one set answer. We've gotten a conversation on community. We've had the conversation of the greatest reality TV in sports, right? There's so many areas where you can get enjoyment from sports. And I'm doing this for a reason. Okay? You know how the other day I had the show for me?
Yeah.
I talked about my stresses with this roster for the Eagles in terms of depth and if something were to happen.
Injuries or anything
like that. We always
ignore.
When we do our preseason predictions, we say injuries aside. Well, if we didn't do injuries aside, and you look at the depth of this team, there are areas of weakness. That show was specifically for me. I broke a cardinal rule of not doing the show for yourself, but I needed it. I needed some help from you.
Okay. Well, 1 out of 120 for you is not bad.
This show is for a lot of people in Philadelphia, not me. Because I find enjoyment in sports all the time, right? I am a very simple man. You give me a beer, you put a game in front of me. I told you I was locked in to Colorado, North Dakota State yesterday.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. I had zero skin in the game. I did not have a bet on the game. It was just something to watch, and I watched some incredible plays by 2 upcoming draft picks from Colorado. I know people don't like Colorado because of the hype and everything, but I watched some elite offensive play yesterday. I find enjoyment in that. Sports, just period. I find enjoyment. That's why I still play stupid Sunday leagues and pick up basketball and all that kind of stuff. I can't get enough of it. But I know there are people that work their hard day, right? They do the long day of work, and they want to sit down and put on a game, and they want to get a good result. And if they don't get a good result, they're miserable and they're angry, even if the game isn't even over yet, because I saw it on social media yesterday that the Phillies stunk again, and they won that game. So what from sports do you get enjoyment? You can text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. We'll get to the text in a second. But real quick, I just want to put this out there for you to keep an eye on. So tomorrow by midnight, 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, Saturday night, baseball teams need to have their organizations set for postseason eligibility. And there are players that have recently been placed on waivers around Major League Baseball. We've seen this before. Remember, Matt Stairs was not a trade acquisition. Matt Stairs was a waiver acquisition for the Phillies back in 2008. And then you remember what ended up happening. They didn't trade
a
for
home
him.
run somewhere.
Yeah, they didn't trade for him. They acquired him, when he was placed on waivers. So there were a couple of players placed on waivers yesterday that I would just like to keep an eye on to see where they end up going and whether or not they come to the Phillies. One of those names is a guy that beat you up in the playoffs last year in Tommy Pham. He got traded from the White Sox to the Cardinals. I don't really know why the Cardinals were necessarily buyers at the deadline, but they acquired Tommy Pham, and they have since placed him on waivers because they're realizing that their season's pretty much done for at their .500 record. I don't know if he's got a spot on this team, but it's a guy to keep an eye on as a bench bat because you are going to keep a Weston Wilson type. The question is, would you rather have Weston Wilson, and I know we love him in the city, or would you rather have Tommy Pham, who might not necessarily be the most lovable guy, but has had playoff experience?
Yeah, that's a guy that I look at, and I'm like, I understand the veteranship of Tommy Pham. I like the thought process behind looking at a guy like that. That's one that the Phillies say we're good on Tommy Pham. I'd be like, okay, like I don't think I don't think the difference between you winning the World Series is whether or not you sign Tommy Pham.
Right. I agree with you.
You can kick the tires, see what happens. Maybe they like it, maybe they don't.
But there are two relievers that I would definitely keep an eye on. And the reason why, they're both left-handed pitchers. Now, one of them is Tyler Matzik. We know him pretty well here because he pitched for the Braves for a long time. He has not been in the big leagues since May. He got sent down. He was having a horrible season. His ERA got up to 9.90 this year. Okay,
Sounds like a Philly already.
Yeah, not good. I'm not pining for him, but I would just keep an eye on him. He was banged up. That's why he's still in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
But he's a left-handed specialist. And oh, by the way, J.C. Romero once had an ERA of 6 and got released by the Boston Red Sox, and you know what ended up happening. Relievers are finicky like that.
Yes, they are.
A change of scenery. You saw one adjustment by Jose Alvarado 2 years ago. He became Mariano Rivera from the left side, right? Who knows? But more so, Taylor Rogers. He's going to get picked up.
He's got to.
All right, like that guy is going to get picked up.
Dude.
The Giants released it or placed him on waivers. He's a left-handed arm. Unlike Taylor Matzik, he's actually having a good season. Tyler Matzik, excuse me. Taylor Rogers has an ERA of 2.45 this year. The Giants are done. They're moving on from. They place him on waivers. The only catch is, if you claim him, he's guaranteed $12 million next season. So if you claim him, you have to have the opinion that he is going to be on your roster next year as well, which I don't have a problem with that.
How old is he?
He's 33.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. For a reliever, that's not old.
So Taylor Rogers is out there. That's a guy that if I'm Dave Dombrowski, I'm thinking heavy about this because right now, the lefties that are in your bullpen, one's not here. I don't know what the deal is with Jose Alvarado. There's just a lot of speculation, but I don't know what the deal is with Jose Alvarado, and he's been your go-to left-handed pitcher out of the bullpen.
And the other thing, too, like, even with him in the bullpen, when he is with the team, currently away on that personal leave, he hasn't been as consistent as he was the past 2 years. He hasn't been as shut down. So you could definitely – you have Junior Marte in this bullpen right now. If you're going to tell me that you want Junior Marte over Taylor Rogers
or Jose Ruiz, so I know he's had an okay season, but are we really having that discussion? We're talking about winning a World Series here.
Yes, Taylor Rogers is a guy that the Philadelphia Phillies need to do everything they can to sign, whether he's owed $12 million next year or not.
Right, and Matt Strahm, he's not going anywhere, and Tanner Banks, I like that when they trade for him. I like that move.
Yeah,
like it was a nice move, but I don't know what the status is with Jose Alvarado. I haven't heard anything.
Well, bottom line is, let's say Jose Alvarado comes back. Are you better with Jose Ruiz or Taylor Rogers? You're better with Taylor Rogers.
You are. Jose Ruiz probably isn't pitching for you in the playoffs, whereas Taylor Rogers, you can actually make the case. So just something to keep an eye on. There's a lot going on in Major League Baseball still, following another win for the Phillies, even though a lot of people thought that they were done. Because they were losing in a baseball game. All right, what do we have on the text line, Brendan? And then we're going to get into this Brazil discussion. I know a lot of people are chiming in about the enjoyment in sports, what they get out of it, and some of our other discussion points today.
Yeah, we got a nameless texter chiming in from the 215. I feel bad because they sent a big, long one, so that's how you know they're invested in sports. I can't get to all of it, but I'll get to the main points. He says, I enjoy sports because of the drama. As I sat in criticism of my wife for watching hours on end of 90s day television, I suddenly realized that my love for sports was no different. I live for the ups and downs. You never know what's going to happen next. I follow the cast of characters, so probably closer than I should. Now, this next year is going to be fun, even if it does end like The Sopranos.
Wow. Yeah, he's going Sopranos on me.
I hope not.
Yeah, I mean, look, sports is reality TV, ultimately, right? You don't know what's going to end up happening, and that's the beauty of it. Like, I don't understand. One of the things that I don't like is people that speak in actualities, right? Oh, this team stinks. They're done. Because they lost 10-0 to the Astros the other day.
Right.
Hold on a second. They stunk in that game.
They stink right now.
But does this team stink? No. That's what's going to cost them in the playoffs. You don't know that. I could say, flip side, last night. That's why they're going to win in the playoffs, because they can go down 4-0 in a baseball game and they have enough firepower in this offense that doesn't mean anything. They can come back and win. But I'm not going to do that. I would rather them not be down 4-0 in a ball game. I'm not just going to play the reverse card of say, well, hold on a second. They are going to win because of this. I don't like necessarily speaking in actualities. I just like saying, here's what I know. I know that this team's talented. I know this team has had playoff success. That means they're built for the playoffs. And this could be the year they break through. Or it could be another year of disappointment. But you can't take away how successful they were during the regular season. Even though you're ultimately disappointed. This team is a good baseball team.
They are. They're undeniably a good baseball team, and that's not leading to us saying, they're guaranteed to win the World Series. It's leading to us remembering in the bad times they're good. And some people were, the other thing you got to do is when you remember, in the good times, where they're in a good stretch right now, you also have to be cognizant of the issues with the team, things that they don't do so well. It's a balancing act. But when you go too far to one side, especially to the negative side, it starts to make us question, why are you watching? Why are you following this
Well, and they
team?
are watching, so clearly there's something, and that's what I'm trying to get to today.
Right.
The people that were angry online last night, and boy, were there a lot of them. The people that were angry online yesterday, this is, full disclosure, this is why I don't really tweet that often during games. Because the game's not over.
Yeah.
Right? I don't feel the need to fire off something. Now, the other day, I was firing off tweets about Taijuan Walker left and right because I knew that game was going to go the way that it was, and I didn't think that they were going to. That's why I literally believe they should have pulled the starters at some point. You and I talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
But I don't feel the need to put out every single thought on a game on social media because they're losing 4-0. And then they end up winning 5-4. And then what am I going to do? Be like, oh, wow. All of a sudden, everything's great again. No, there were still things about yesterday's game that I wish didn't happen. I don't feel the need to put out everything.
Yeah, I do a lot of tweeting during games, but it's always with the thought process of things can change at any moment. If they're up, it's that was a great at bat by Nick Castellanos. It's not, the Phillies are a lock to win this game. Ooh, the Phillies, they might be heating up. I'm not saying they're guaranteed to win, and people rip me for it because they're anytime you say something positive, things turn quickly. The same thing happens to you negatively. But I'm not going in everybody's mentions saying, oh, you guys said the Philadelphia Phillies were dead tonight.
Right, exactly.
It's just, you're evaluating things as they happen with the understanding that the outcome is undetermined. That is the way to consume sports.
Right. All right, give us another text there, Brandon, then we'll get into this Brazil conversation.
All right, we got Miz in the Northeast Philadelphia. He says, I watch sports for the moments. There's nothing better than enjoying a big moment in a game. Rhys Hoskins' bat spike. Embiid goes for 70. Foles 7 touchdowns. Waking up the next day, witnessing a great moment and getting to hear people talk about it is such a great feeling.
And that's the other thing. That can happen at any moment. Rhys Hoskins, that home run was, the third inning? Fourth inning?
I believe it was the third, yeah.
It was early in the game. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to sit through 3 hours and watch a big moment. You could see it early on.
Also, it's not just a postseason game.
Right.
Embiid just got 70 randomly on a day that they were playing the Spurs.
Against Wemby, yeah. I've said it. I went to the game to see Wemby. I saw Embiid have a historic night. That's the beauty.
Yeah.
The beauty of sports is you can go for something specific and see something totally different. I went to a baseball game last year just to hang out with two of my friends. I saw a no-hitter.
That's a pretty lucky day.
You know what I mean? That's the thing about sports. It was awesome. And I didn't go in there saying, you know what, guys, I think Michael Lorenzen's going to throw a no-no. Guys, I think I said I hope Michael Lorenzen throws 5 innings tonight.
Well,
he throws a no-hitter. That's the beauty of sports.
What was the name of that texter? Do you remember?
That was Miz.
That was my man
Miz. I got you. Miz is spot on with the way that I do it. I'm in it for the moments. And I think people who are in it for the result of the season miss those moments. We know there were people that saw Embiid get 70 and be like, well, he's going to be hurt in the postseason. That's their first reaction. Or, well, they got to win the championship. Do you know how many times in your life you're going to see a player in a 76ers uniform, a player that you should be rooting for because they play for your team, put up 70? That does not happen.
It doesn't happen. It's an any given moment kind of deal. And that's why I love
it's special.
Sports. All right. Random topic number one. Not that it's necessarily random because it was talked about yesterday with the Eagles players and the media. So, Eagles open up the season 1 week from today. Can't wait. Unfortunately, there is still the topic of Brazil. So, I blame these aggregate Twitter accounts the most because they try to make it seem like everybody's going to die. here's A.J. Brown yesterday. He was asked about Brazil, and he told the media that they were given a list of instructions of do's and don'ts for how to live their life in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And, of course, this caused an uproar on social media.
We had a meeting yesterday, and it was like a whole bunch of don't do's. And I'm just trying to go down there, win a football game, and come back home. That's the best way I can put it.
So they were told, don't walk around with your phone out, right? Keep your head up. Don't leave the hotel unless you have to, which they have everything provided for them. Like, what do they actually have to leave the hotel for?
Yeah.
There's the wearing green thing that people were talking about because that's like it's like the.
Which I don't even know if that's real or not. Like, I don't know if that's like an actual thing.
Allegedly, it's a soccer rivalry in there. It's not necessarily what they were spewing on social media.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So there, I get it. There's all of these things, right? I was just in Lithuania. I feel very comfortable out there. My phone is in my hand at all times.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not leaving it on a table.
Right.
I'm not just leaving it in my pocket.
Yeah, no back pocket for sure.
It could get pickpocketed at any moment.
But there's a difference between your phone getting stolen and it's like people treating it like there's just people walking around going to hit you in the back of the head with a baseball bat.
Right. So they were
If anything, that works out for A.J. Brown because he can blame somebody else tweeting.
Right. Now, I understand John's not here today. He'll be back on Tuesday. And John's been talking about how there's a lot of violence in that part of Brazil. So I want to play this clip from Devontae Smith. Again, there's a method to the madness there, Connor. Here's Devontae Smith on his reaction when he was asked about the do's and don'ts of Sao Paulo.
What are your thoughts on playing in Brazil, going this great distance to play a game?
No comment.
Really? Not excited? You're not?
It's football. Just line up.
All right. And then here's A.J. Brown again, once more, expanding on the conversation.
No, it shouldn't be tough to do. We're professionals. This isn't my first game, but it is my first game out of the country. So you just got to put all that into a factor and just try to navigate through that the best way you can. And ultimately, what we down there to do. We're down there to win a football game. We're not down there to see the city, do all this other stuff. This is not a vacation. This is it's a football game.
This is not a vacation. It's a football game.
Yeah, they're not going to Sandals, Brazil.
Right. They're going to a team hotel where Big Dom will not let anything happen to you, right? And Big Dom we trust.
Yes.
Right? They're going to stay in the hotel. They're going to get on a bus. They're going to go to wherever they're going to probably do a walkthrough. And that walkthrough might be in the hotel. If you remember, the Eagles, before the Super Bowl in Minnesota, they did their walkthrough in the team hotel. You know how some of these big hotels have the big meeting rooms? That's where they had their walkthrough. They didn't go to a practice facility.
And even
They did it in Suite 1 at whatever hotel they stayed at.
I think they didn't they run like fake plays?
They did
because they were scared that the Patriots were cheating.
They were playing Bill Belichick. Very smart of Doug Peterson. Yeah. Right? A guy gets a lot of grief. That was very smart.
I think they'll be able to handle this.
And then they're going to play the game. And then they're going to go home. Now, I will say this. I do have a problem ultimately with them playing in Brazil. But it has nothing to do with what people are having the issues with on social media. My one and only problem is the fact that you had a home game where you would have had 85,000 lunatics at Lincoln Financial Field. The first game of the season, a Friday night. People probably would have taken off from work and have been drinking all day, and it would have been a raucous crowd. Everyone's fired up for the new offense, right? The spirit is high for the Eagles. You lost that going to Brazil.
Right,
and now you're playing the Packers. It's not like you're going out there and you're playing the Giants, who are expected to have one of the worst records in football this year, so you could skate by not playing your best and beating them. No, you're playing the Packers, who you're going to be fighting for a top seed in the NFC, and you lost home field advantage. Like, that's my problem with it.
Yeah.
Other than that, everything else that people are freaking out about, like, they're not going to go explore.
No. There's going to be. You're not sending your kids on a spring break trip to play with their Pee Wee football team. This is the Philadelphia Eagles. They've got it on lock. The NFL is. They're going to make sure everything goes right.
Right. And I just saw a total uproar on social media again yesterday because they talked about it. Look, they probably don't want to do it. I'm sure they don't. But ultimately, what you heard A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith say in the long run was, it's just football. We're going out They're not going out there to check out the bar scenes in Sao Paulo. I think a lot of people are just making way too much of this. The only thing that I'm upset about is the fact that you lost a home game. And that could be a big thing in the long run. And we'll find out how that plays out. All right, coming up next, we continue all of our discussion. Devontae Smith did talk about football. You're going to hear this. Hear his thoughts on what defenses will try to do against this Eagles offense. We'll get into more of a football discussion next. It's Kincade Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas on this Fanatic Friday here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We will get to the text messages again coming up in a few minutes, but I wanted to play something for you. It's something that I think we have all said at one point as a fan, media person, you name it, and it's the idea of defenses and what they are going to try to do to stop this Eagles offense. So how about we actually let a player do the talking, not just such couch warriors. Here's Devontae Smith yesterday, not talking about Brazil, thank God, but talking about what defenses will try to do to stop this Eagles offense.
I think it just depends on who you're playing. You know, you have some teams that have guys that feel like they can put one-on-one with us and they just play their defense regularly versus, a team that kind of adds a little more attention to us. And I think week in, week out, that changes. But I think it's going to be hard for a lot of teams with the addition of Saquon, with Jahan, and all the other weapons that we have. That if you just try to zero in on, one person, we have plenty of other guys that can make plays.
And, I mean, you hear that and you go, dude, good luck defenses. Because not many teams have that. The Jets have Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed, right? The Chiefs, with Snead and McDuffie. Jerry Snead's gone. That's right. Where did he go?
The Jerry Snead.
Tennessee.
Yeah. He went to Tennessee. Jeez, so,
good pull
again, boom, there's a duo that's no longer a duo. The Cowboys are dealing with injuries, but they have some decent corners. But there's not many, my point, there's not many two tandem cornerbacks where you go, oh, man, you can't throw to either side of the ball. You're going to have to attack the middle of the field.
Okay, and even on top of that, that's not even remotely the conversation. All due respect to corners.
Right.
You're going to need a safety or a linebacker who can cover Jahan Dotson. That's not happening.
And Dallas Goedert.
Exactly. And you're going to need to be able to leave somebody in the flat, a linebacker that can cover Saquon Barkley one-on-one. If this offense is not unstoppable, I'm going to lose my damn mind.
Yes. There's no excuses for it.
Maybe not from Jump
welcome,
Street. But
welcome. Did you hear this?
Maybe not from
I'm going to
Jump
lose
Street.
my damn mind if this offense is unstoppable. And Mr. Patient, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to give this Eagles offense 18 months.
I didn't say that. 4 games. And the elevation in Brazil is kind of tricky. I don't know. They could be a little out of breath. I'm just being cautious here, okay? Sue me.
All right, give us a couple of texts there, B-Gon.
All right, let me hop on it. We got Matt and Belmar checking in. He says, I absolutely love today's topic. For me, Connor hit the nail on the head about heartbreak. I enjoy every moment, but I'm afraid of getting my heart broken. It was very hard to stomach losing the MLS Cup, then the World Series, and then a Super Bowl, all within a couple of months. Don't want that feeling again. By the way, I love Nick Castellanos and what he's doing.
Oh, good. I'm glad that there's some Nick Castellanos love out there. That's fantastic. But, yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be heartbreak when it comes to sports. We know that. It happens every single year for 31 teams, 29 teams, depending on the sport, right? Every single year, your team is either going to not make the playoffs, or if they do make the playoffs, they're going to fall short. They're not even going to get to the championship. And then if they do get to the championship, they're going to lose. One team wins. That is sports. One team wins every single year. There are no tandem champions, right? It's not like the Olympics where every once in a while there's 2 gold medalists because they agreed to win. There's one champion. And if your team doesn't win, does that mean the season is a failure? I know we're saying World Series or bust expectations with this Phillies team. If they lose in Game 7 of the World Series to another great opponent, are we going to say blow it up? We're not going to say that, are we? I mean, that's the thing. We're not just going to all of a sudden be like, oh, man, this team stinks because they didn't win the World Series. It's part of the ride, though.
Right. That's the thing. It's not binary. Right? It's not zeros and ones. Either you win the World Series, you're a good team. You lose the World Series, you're a bad team.
Right.
No, that's not how sports work.
Okay, so this sucks. You can continue talking about our topics at 610-632-0975. We have many things to get into. We've obviously been talking about what in sports provides you enjoyment. We've also talked about Nick Castellanos because he had another great moment yesterday. For the Phillies, even though people have a strange relationship with Castellanos. Castellanos has actually been pretty good this year and last year, and it's not talked about enough, in my opinion. But I don't know if you guys were following along social media late last night or earlier this morning about a potential rumor. I know a lot of people were texting into Brendan, seeing if we were going to talk about it. I was not going to talk about it until we got any sort of confirmation. And I absolutely hate being the person to tell a lot of you right now. But Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matt tragically passed away last night. And I know a lot of you are probably shocked in hearing that. Like, yes, Johnny Gaudreau, the NHL player, Johnny Gaudreau, the kid that grew up in our backyard, right, in South Jersey. Somebody that I've gotten to know over the years, and somebody that I just did his charity golf outing like 2 years ago for, and spoke with him and spoke with his father, Guy, and a tremendous family. But there was a rumor last night that he was in an accident. I don't know the full details of the story. I know there's a talk of a drunk driver that hit him and his brother. Apparently they were both biking, but again, I don't know the full details, but it is confirmed that Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matt have passed away tragically at such young ages. The Columbus Blue Jackets put out this statement just a couple of minutes ago that they are shocked and devastated by the unimaginable tragedy. Johnny was not only a great hockey player, but more significantly, a loving husband, father and son, brother and friend. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his wife, Meredith, his children, Noah and Johnny, his parents, their family and friends on the sudden loss of Johnny and Matthew. And there's a lot more to it. But this hits home, man. I mean, this is a kid that is from here. And, hockey aside, there was a chance that he could have played for his hometown team. And, obviously that didn't happen for different circumstances. And again, hockey doesn't matter at this point of the story. But if you did see the rumors last night, I am so sad to tell you that those rumors are true and that Johnny Gaudreau passed away last night.
Yeah, and he's a guy that if you've known anybody at all remotely in the South Jersey hockey community or this area in general, kids our age that grew up playing with him, folks that are in the community that coached him, people that knew him from outside of hockey. He was huge in this area for what he did on the ice and what he did off the ice, becoming an NHL player and becoming that figure in the community. And he never, obviously played in this city, but he was a guy that was here, that was always, if you were from South Jersey and you cared about hockey,
you knew Johnny Gaudreau.
And you had stories.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the hockey community. I mean, that's a tight group, man. The hockey community, if I didn't play hockey, but if you played hockey, you knew the deal. Like, ice time is hard to get. You're playing at 6 o'clock in the morning. You're taking these crazy road trips. Tournaments are 2-3 hours away, depending on where you're at. I remember talking to Jason Martinez about that all the time when he went through it as a kid, and of course now his son playing hockey. I mean, the hockey community is a tight-knit group. And there's a lot of players in the NHL right now that are from this area, South Jersey, Philadelphia. And because of, again, ice time, if you're a Philadelphia kid who played hockey, you know the South Jersey kids. Like, it's not like you played for your high school team. It's high school clubs or it's travel teams. So if you were any member of the hockey community, of our age group, Connor, I mean, you knew Johnny. And it's just tragic. When I was told by somebody last night that it may be true.
Yeah.
And, obviously I was going to wait until anything was posted before I came out today and said, hey, we'll monitor the situation. But again, horrible news for anybody that's a hockey fan, but of course in our own backyard, Johnny Gaudreau and his brother as well, Matthew, have both tragically passed away last night. And whatever details do come out, we will be sure to let you know. But yeah, so that happened last night. So our thoughts and prayers are with his family. His father, Guy, is a tremendous human being. And again, I did a show at their charity golf outing. Like, they were raising money for people in the area. Like, they're good people. It's a good family, and that's heartbreaking. So
it absolutely
we're sorry to everybody that's involved and anybody that's listening that if you played hockey, you know the community. That means at some point you ran into them.
Right.
I think about our old friend Hunter Brody, who
I know
played with him. You know what I mean? Like that's if you played hockey in 2010 through 2016 or whatever, 2012 when we graduated high school, you probably played with Johnny at some point.
He was the guy. He wasn't just like a guy. He was the guy. We always tell like the Mike Trout stories. If you're from like South Jersey around this time, around the age that Andrew and I are, I mean, you have your own. And it was the mark that everybody shot for. The story that you had about the time you faced this player. Johnny was that for South Jersey hockey.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was just a guy that was big here. He made waves
Johnny
in the
Hockey.
NHL.
He
with
was
his
called Johnny
ability.
Hockey.
He was I hate to say he was a great player because that's crazy to say at the age he was, but an amazing player at the professional level and a guy that made impacts in different communities where he played. It sucks, man. These are tough days.
So, look, if you want to talk about it, we can be here for you guys. You can call in. Obviously, you can text in, but I'm sure this is more of a call-in kind of thing at 610-632-0975. But it's heartbreaking, man. And, knowing what is unfortunately left behind with a family, I mean, that's absolutely heartbreaking. So, look, we'll continue the show as we do. And we'll continue talking about the Eagles, and we'll continue to talk about the Phillies. And I have some other stuff that I want to throw your way. But obviously the show takes a little bit of a darker turn when the news is official this morning that Johnny Gaudreau has tragically passed away, and his brother as well at such young ages. All right, we'll be back at it. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's almost here.
7 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic. Connor Thomas in for John. Johnny will be back on Tuesday. We still have a lot to come. We got our today's headlines with Brendan Gunn at 8:05. I have a fascinating discussion that I want to get into that Nick Castellanos said earlier this week. He did like an interview with somebody who does like the mini mic thing, not for the Phillies, but he does like that's his MO. He goes around to all different baseball teams and does the mini mic interviews. And Castellanos had an interesting answer to a question, and it's something that I kind of touched on earlier this week. So I'd like to dive into that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But I know we have a lot of texts on hand still about our topics today. What in sports provides you enjoyment? Because ultimately it's not just championships, because we haven't seen that many. So there's got to be something, because last night during the Phillies game, I saw a bunch of people online just absolutely miserable, and they end up coming back and winning. Like, anything could happen at any moment in a baseball game. Always living to be angry or upset or disappointed when watching a sporting event, I don't understand. Like, I can't see the joy in that. But you keep on watching, so there's clearly something that brings you back. So we'll get to more text messages on that. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. There is something I want to bring up about college football. But if you're just tuning in, we talked about it last segment, the tragic news. There was rumors late last night, and it is now official. Johnny Gaudreau tragically passed away last night. Yesterday was his birthday, man. Oh, God. Oh, no, I'm sorry. His birthday was 2 weeks ago. My bad. His birthday was on August 13th. So 2 weeks after he turned 31 years old. So just 31 years old. And also his brother, Matthew Gaudreau, also tragically passed away in the accident. So horrible news today. If you want to talk about it, feel free. You can call in, you can text in, you can tweet in 610-632-0975. Look, it's a tough day. It's one of those moments where you remember to cherish everything. Like, we're talking about sports and what we get out of it in terms of joy.
Yeah.
Like, think about what we're talking about today. Like, and then something like that happens, or it's confirmed that it happened. And just try to remember that there are a lot of things that go wrong, man. And just try to enjoy everything that you got, every moment that you got.
Puts a stupid baseball game in perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to talk about it, feel free. We're here, 610-632-0975. I mean, it's a tough day because he's in our backyard, man.
And understand, we still have to continue with the show, and we will still continue with the topics that we have planned as much as we can.
Yeah.
But
That's
open
tough,
forum for you to voice your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is absolutely terrible. And, once I get more information, I know there's some stories coming out, so I'll try to read up on them during some of the commercial breaks. All right. On a lighter note. So I have a question about college football that I want to run by you. So I loved watching last night Colorado, North Dakota State, right? North Dakota State's a good program, especially for their conference.
Yeah, quarterbacks are a little bit sketchy when they get to the NFL.
But they're in that, they're in the conference where it's not Division I, but they play Division I teams, right? So I like college football. I like the NFL much more. Honestly, college football doesn't really sniff the NFL to me, even though I do enjoy college football. But I'm a make no plans Sunday guy. If I make plans Saturday, I make plans Saturday during the college football season, right? I always see I saw it tweeted out again by, I think Stephen A. Smith tweeted out, is it a violation to have a wedding on a Saturday during college football season? It's maybe down south, in Georgia, yeah. There are certain areas where college football is bigger than the NFL, but here...
Or if you live in, I don't know, Ann Arbor, Michigan or something.
The violation here is scheduling a Sunday wedding during the football season because of the Eagles. So, yesterday, I understand that this is normal in college football, where some teams play teams that don't belong to be on the same field as them.
Yeah, cupcake schedule early.
Tonight, all due respect
your boys,
to my beloved Owls, They should not be playing Oklahoma tonight. All right. What do you get out of a game where a line is 42.5? Like in the NFL,
You get embarrassed. is
the
what you
most
get.
lopsided line is still under 20. All right.
Dude, it's under 15.
Well, there were a couple last year where I think like when who was the guy with the Giants, Tommy DeVito.
Oh, yeah.
Like those lines were like 18 depending on the team. But you get what I'm saying. Like you're right. 15 is more like it in that's considered a blowout game in the NFL. Temple, there should be no 42.5 point lines. And that's what Oklahoma is tonight.
There are enough teams in college football that you can play enough teams at your skill level to make it more interesting.
So last night, again, I know this happens normally early in the season, the cupcake schedule, which I don't see why you have to do the cupcake schedule. Like the SEC there's a lot of teams in the SEC.
That's true.
Just play all your SEC opponents. Like it's going to be more competitive.
Yes.
So last night, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Stephen F. Austin is some juggernaut program, right? But Stephen F. Austin is a Division I football team that plays other Division I football teams, right? Like they play North Texas next week, McNeese State in a couple weeks. They play Lamar, which is another program that is more in their skill group, right? I don't want Stephen F. Austin playing Alabama.
No.
Stephen F. Austin should not play the North American Stallions.
What even is that? Is that a college?
It's Bishop Sycamore's graduating to college. That's what that is.
Pretty much.
North American Stallions?
The North American Stallions are a private school, a private university in Stafford, Texas. Never heard of them.
Nope.
Right? Stephen F. Austin beat them last night 77-0. To the point where in the third and fourth quarter, they agreed to have a running clock and the quarters to be just 5 minutes long. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
The second half of the game was 10 minutes long.
And you still won 77-0.
Well, because they were up 42-0 after the first quarter.
What?
And then they scored 28 points in the second quarter. 70 of their 77 points came in the first half.
Bro, North American Stallions, I hope your academics programs are good because y'all are not playing football very long.
Jesper Korkalainen is the starting quarterback.
Jesper Korkalainen?
He's the starting quarterback.
I think I found my football team.
He was 7 of 11 for 36 yards.
It's not a bad thing.
Roland Harvey then came in and was 4 of 11 for 9 yards.
These are made-up names. These aren't real people. I don't believe that this school exists.
Like, college football needs to change that.
Yeah,
It's like, come on. Like, that's ridiculous. All right, coming up next, we got today's headlines with Brendan Gunn at 8:05. The interesting Nick Castellanos conversation that I want to bring up. All of our other topics, but of course also the tragic news last night. If you want to talk about it, we can, and we're here for you because this one hits home. Johnny Gaudreau, unfortunately, tragically passing away last night at the age of 31. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Live by the long ball. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports.
on 7.5 The Fanatic. On this Fanatic Friday, we have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn coming up at 8:05, and we have a conversation about ownership in sports that I can't wait to get into coming up at 8:10. Nick Castellanos said something interesting earlier this week.
He always does.
Yeah, he seriously does. He said something interesting earlier this week that I want to get into because this could be a deeper conversation that we have, and I'm excited to get some reaction because I wonder what people think about it. And it's something similar to what I said earlier this week about the Chicago White Sox, who lost yet again yesterday and are very much on track to break the record for most losses in a single season in Major League Baseball history. We were talking about this the other day, rooting for history, right, with like Shohei Ohtani. I'm rooting for the Chicago White Sox to break the record.
I'm rooting for them to lose almost as much as I'm rooting for the Phillies to win.
Right, exactly, because you want to see it happen. But it's unbelievable. And again, if you're just tuning in, we are reacting to the tragic news, the absolute tragic news. The passing of Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew last night. They were riding their bikes in their hometown. There's rumors as to why they were home. Apparently, his sister's wedding is today. Again, I don't know if that's true. I didn't want to talk about the situation until it was confirmed to begin with. So to speculate any rumors as to how it happened or why they are home, I don't think it's right to do that. The only thing I can do is confirm, the Blue Jackets confirmed it, and also New Jersey State Police have confirmed it, that Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew tragically passed away last night, just riding bikes, getting hit by a car, which is just horrible. All right, Brendan, what do we have on the text line? One of our topics today is what in sports do you get enjoyment from? Because I feel like there are a lot of people that are always miserable when it comes to sports, but you're always watching. So there's clearly something that keeps bringing you back. So what is it?
Yeah, we got Dave and Cape May checking in. He says, good morning, guys. My love for sports and is especially about the playoffs. It's electric. You can feel it in the air. Everybody is happy. Everybody's in a good mood. Also, the great food and friends isn't too bad with sports either.
Right, exactly. It's a community thing, and I think that's a big deal for a lot of people, right? But, here's the thing. Not every single night are you watching with people. Like,
no, I sit on my couch solo all the time.
Right, more often than not, I'm at home by myself watching. And this isn't necessarily a job thing. Like, I wasn't a big get-together, watch the Eagles guy when I was a kid.
Now, we may be losers. Like, it could be an us thing.
It could be.
But there are going to be times where everybody does watch games by themselves or makes plans solo to maybe not go to a game, but like go to a bar and just sit there and be like, I'm going to grab dinner and the Phillies are on. So
right.
Like, it's not just the community, but it is a big, even when you're not with people though. Like I was watching, I went to the bar last night. I did Best Show Ever and I checked out after. And there were a couple guys sitting next to me at the bar. They were rooting for the Phillies. I didn't say a word to them. But you just kind of hear them over talking. The bar cheers when good things happen. Like it is a community.
Right. It is. And look, just because I watch a lot of games by myself, I do get excited for those moments where it's like, hey, man, you want to get together, watch the game? Like, that stuff's awesome. All right, it is 8:05. It's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, B Gunn? What do we got?
What's going on, guys? So I'll start it off with the Birds conversation. A little bit of a fun one. Maybe not fun for some out there who bought some jerseys with some old numbers on it. In the past couple of days, Quinyon Mitchell changed his number to number 27. Now, Will Shipley may not be a fan favorite, but there's some guys out there that would love a Will Shipley jersey. Maybe they bought it. He has now changed it to number 28. Is it fair or foul to change your jersey number a week before the first game?
They can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, fair.
But I would say this. Like, if you're a first-round pick, like Quinyon Mitchell, that's a jersey people buy.
Okay. Well, dude, like, come on. Jalen Hurts changed his jersey.
Yeah, at least he had a full year of the number 2.
It's a badge of honor. If you have a Quinyon Mitchell jersey or a Will Shipley jersey before they change that number and those guys become something, maybe when Saquon Barkley's gone, Will Shipley's the starting running back of the Philadelphia Eagles. Maybe Quinyon Mitchell becomes this like all-pro level corner. And you have the OG, like, it's the, what number did Jimmy wear when he first came up, Jimmy Rollins?
Well, Jimmy Rollins, I think, like 22.
Or
and,
6 for a year.
Well, he wore 6, and then Ryan Howard took 6. But
Sean McCoy was 29 his rookie season.
Right.
Yeah, so like if you have one of those jerseys, like in the moment you're kind of like, oh man, already
29. Sorry, Jimmy Rollins 29 his rookie season.
But in the future, you're going to see a billion Quinyon Mitchell right number jerseys or
He didn't play in a game though. That's the issue.
Yeah, but like I don't know.
Now
I don't have an issue.
Now
with
the
it.
good thing is, whether it's 30 or 27, that 30 is now discounted.
That's true.
They were made.
That's a good point.
Right? So you go to your local rally house, or you go to another sporting goods store, and the 30's still in the rack. You probably get it for a little discount. Like my mom, I've told this story before. My mom, God bless her, every year for like 4 or 5 straight seasons, she got me a new Eagles jersey, right? But it was like the mesh, right? Not the stitch. Right?
I got a bunch of those.
Dude, I didn't care, right? It was a jersey, right? And she always tried to find the cheap one. God bless her, right? She's trying to save $1 while also putting a smile on my face. She got me a Broderick Bunkley jersey.
Dude, that's sick.
Oh, hell
That's
yeah.
sick.
You still have that?
I don't think so. I may have donated it. But Broderick Bunkley switched his number from 78 to 97. I got the 78 Broderick Bunkley
That's even
jersey
better, dude.
because it was like $10 on the rack.
That's awesome. See, something else on the numbers too. So it's 27 for Mitchell, 28 for Will Shipley.
Yes.
Both better numbers.
Yeah, so I agree. 27 is a better cornerback number than 30.
And 28 a good running back number.
Yes.
Who's the 28 you think of running back for the Eagles?
Smallwood, but
you think
Corral
Wendell
Buckholder.
Yeah, that's my guy. I think about the general. Corral
Smallwood.
Buckholder.
That's a great pull, though. All right, what else we got?
All right, this guy's been a conversation on the show all week, and now he's got a new role, apparently. Here's Rob Thompson talking about where Taijuan Walker is going to be used.
Ty's moving the bullpen. Probably a long man. There's a transition there that you got to do. So it's, when he first gets down there, the perfect situation would be 1 inning, low leverage, and then start building him from there.
How did he take the whole
He was complete professional.
All right, so here's what they're doing. I basically figured this out. When you continue to listen to I listened to Rob Thompson's press conference yesterday, and he started talking about, or this might have been the one 2 days ago. I forget what it was. But he started talking about, hopefully this offseason he can rebuild some of that velocity or whatever.
Yeah.
Do I want to see him pitch again for the Phillies this year? No. What they're going to do is, hey, we got him under contract for 2 more seasons after this. Let's see if he can have some incredible offseason. Maybe he comes back next year with a little bit more life on the fastball. Maybe he works on some of his pitches. Maybe he picks up another pitch. Who knows? Because right now he's really just a flat fastball splitter kind of guy. Maybe he works on something. We already have him under contract, so let's see what he's got. If he's got nothing, he doesn't make the team next year.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of just outright releasing him right now out of frustration or emotion, you put him in the bullpen. You don't embarrass him, which I know that's horrible. I shouldn't care, but whatever. You don't embarrass him by sending him down to AAA. You put him in the bullpen. You don't put him on the playoff roster, and you see if he works on his craft during the offseason, and maybe he's better next year.
Yeah, and he's owed $36 million. So if you're going to move on,
deal.
are you eating $36 million? You don't want to do that yet. So you say, what's the way that I could use him that could possibly not kill the Phillies? Like, get anything you can out of him. You can't start him. You can't throw him out of the bullpen in high leverage. You can't throw him out of the bullpen in really low leverage. You kind of just have to try and eat like 1 inning at a time in games where you're either up like 7 or down 7 and get something out of your investment for the time being and reevaluate over the offseason.
Right, exactly. And look, he might end up being the same pitcher that we saw this season next year. But you already have him on a contract, so you go, all right, we'll move on from him next year.
Right. And I swear, but on everything that is holy, if Taijuan Walker, I don't care what he does in the bullpen. I don't care if he's got a 0 ERA from like now to the end of the season in the bullpen. If that dude steps on a mound in a postseason game, I am going to lose my damn mind.
He won't be on the postseason.
He shouldn't.
roster.
He shouldn't.
Yeah, even if he had a 0 ERA the rest of the season, it's still going to be, 8 for the season combined?
Well,
he
it's
stinks.
not even that. Like, I don't care. Like, I know what he is as a pitcher right now. And if there is a potential, like, season-altering, season-ending situation, and that's the guy with a baseball in his hand, I will never forgive him.
No, he's not going to make the roster.
Okay.
I won't even
Say
lose,
that with a lot of
sleep
certainty.
over. I will say this, though. Mop-up role has to be when they're losing.
Yes.
By how many runs? Does he need to? How many runs do you have to be down by for you to feel comfortable?
But,
with this
dude,
guy?
We talked about that on Best Show.
Dude,
Ever
if they're up
yesterday.
10 runs, I don't feel comfortable.
I put it as 7 because he's going to walk the bases full and give up a grand slam, and then you're still up 3, which is where I think is a comfortable deficit for any other good reliever. So.
Right, exactly. All right, anything else, Begun?
Yeah, we got the main topic of today's show. I'll play it for the people, and then I'll share my opinion on it.
How does sports provide enjoyment for you? This is something where we will get a million different answers.
Well, here's reason number 1,000,000, I guess. So, I mean, when I was thinking about it, I really thought it was because family. Like, I wouldn't have the same relationship with my dad, my brother, my cousins, all that without sports. I got my girlfriend's number at an Eagles tailgate. I wouldn't have the friends that I have to this day without sports. I would be some nerd playing like Dungeons and Dragons, something like that. Nothing wrong with that, but I wouldn't have the same friends.
The nerd community just caught shots from
Also,
you.
The Venn diagram of nerds that play Dungeons and Dragons and sports is very small. So if you're one of those guys, I apologize to you out there. But then when I thought about it a little bit more, I liked sports before I even had these relationships.
By the way, you still would have had friends.
Yeah, dude, you're not a football team away from being a totally different person.
You just said I wouldn't have had the friends that I had. I would have been a nerd.
Yeah, I would have
With
friends,
nerds,
but
I
not
have friends?
the friends that I love and cherish to this day. I exist in this universe, so those are my friends. But then I thought about it. I liked sports before I had those friends, before I met my lovely girlfriend, and not before I had my family, but maybe I would have the same relationship no matter what. The reason I like sports, dude, I like to win, man. Like, I like that feeling of winning. I like coming in on a Monday after an Eagles win and having that, glorious joy all week and the same dread when they lose for a week. Like, I really like that feeling.
Yeah, look, I hear it. That's why I still play in these stupid leagues and feel pain after every Sunday.
That brings up something. I know we're going to get into this Nick Castellanos thing here in a second, but you know what bothers the hell out of me? Kind of similar to that of I like to win. The people who talk about a guy playing, I don't know, like men's league sports or something like that, or in gym class back in school. It's like, oh, what do you think this is? The Super Bowl? What do you think this is? The World Series?
Yeah, man. I want to win.
It's for that person. It probably is. I'm not gonna go play in the Super Bowl tomorrow. I'm not going to play in the World Series ever. This is a big thing for me, and that's for sports fans. You can't just be
dude, when I hit the step back on Chunas for the game, that was the best feeling in the world.
Right,
I just won game.
That may be, at your advanced age, that may be the greatest sports moment of the rest of your life. That may be the coolest thing you ever do. Enjoy that stuff. And I say that to translate it to the topic to say the Phillies might not win the World Series this year. So what am I going to ignore something that I can enjoy now to protect myself from something that may not? It doesn't make any sense. Enjoy what you can while it's happening and cross the bridge of championship or not when you get there.
Right. Exactly. Spot on. All right. You can text and you can call on 610-632-0975. Now, another topic. Told you I got a bunch of random topics on this Fanatic Football Fridays. We're 1 week away from the start of the Eagles season. Nick Castellanos. I don't know. My apologies to the person. I don't know who the person is.
The guy interviewing him?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just, I want to give the guy proper credit because that's what we do in this business. There's a kid, at least he looks like a kid, Alex Tantum, who goes all around Major League Baseball and does the mini mic interviews and asks random questions. And he asked Nick Castellanos something, and the answer is tremendous, and it leads to a discussion that I want to have the rest of the show. Take a listen to Alex Tantum asking Nick Castellanos what he would do if he was commissioner for a day.
If you were commissioner for a day, what would you change about the game?
I would change that ownership doesn't have any severe consequences for losing for an extended period of time. So if we're in the big leagues and we don't perform well, we get demoted or cut. If their organization didn't perform well, somebody else would have an opportunity to buy it from them. Keep it to where nobody can really own the game of baseball because the game is above true ownership, but that would never happen.
All right, first off, let me say this. We are so lucky to have the ownership groups that we have in Philadelphia.
We really are.
John Middleton, I know we had a 10-year playoff drought, but years 8, 9, and 10, they at least started to try, right? And the first 7 years the first 2 years was still Howard, Utley, Rollins. It was at the end. It was basically a 5-year rebuild that they had a horrible general manager in Matt Klemtak running the ship, right? And then he paid big money for Dave Dombrowski. So John Milton, great owner. Jeffrey Lurie, we know, is a freaking tremendous owner. And a lot of the Howie Roseman cap wizard stuff is because Jeffrey Lurie is willing to pay money up front with signing bonuses, which then keeps you under the cap when you start giving, the actual contracts. Josh Harris gets way too much heat in this city. He is a tremendous owner. Have the Sixers won? No. But they have tried everything.
Right, and they've gone and got superstars, and they've signed big-time coaches. And
yep.
They've gone through it trying to win.
They went from Brett Brown to the biggest available coach in Doc Rivers to the biggest available coach in Nick Nurse.
Exactly.
Right? They got the biggest available president of basketball operations in Daryl Morey.
And for going through the process, that's what this city was owed.
Right.
And
they've done it. And he's backed it up.
It's not on them they haven't won. That's on the players and the coach and the basketball operations.
And I know people there are people that are anti the new arena. He's trying. He's a great owner. Josh Harris is. Yeah. And I don't understand the hate that guy gets. I really don't. And this has nothing to do with partnerships with the Sixers on the radio. This is how
because he owns other teams and people treat that as
he's going to pay too much attention to the Devils or the Commanders. No, he doesn't pay attention to any of it. You know what he does? Oh, yeah, sure, let me sign that.
Yep.
That's what he doesn't get involved. He doesn't.
Cash the check. That's
right,
it.
Exactly. And he's a businessman, so he wants to make profit, right? And if the Sixers win, he gets profit. So, of course, he's going to try to win. And then, of course, I like the new ownership with Dan Hilferty and the Flyers. At least him as the CEO. It's trending in the right direction, right? We are lucky with the ownership groups here in Philadelphia. There are other cities that are not lucky. So earlier this week, we were talking about the Chicago White Sox, who lost again last night and fell to 31-104. We are bitching about a Phillies team that had a rough stretch. And I know it was a rough stretch. It was a long stretch. But we are bitching about a baseball team that has the second most wins in Major League Baseball. Imagine being a fan of the Chicago White Sox, who have 104 losses and don't seem to be slowing down toward the pace of breaking the record for most losses in a single season. A team in this division, in the Miami Marlins, once had Marcell Ozuna, Christian Yelich, Giancarlo Stanton, and JT Realmuto on the same team. They are all no longer on that team because they did not want to pay them. Imagine that for a second. Oh, well, that's just what they do. It's almost been okayed by people. Oh, the Tampa Bay Rays, man, their farm system's great because they always don't sign players. Why is that okay? Why is it okay that the Rays go, oh, well, we don't pay players, so we have to have a good farm system? Well, if your farm system has a couple bad years, you suck. You are now, once again, the Rays team that used to win only 60 games. So Nick Castellanos brings that up. And I wonder if there's something that sports can do. Not that they will, because let's face it, the commissioners are in the pockets of the owners.
Right.
Right? They work for the owners.
Exactly.
But is there something that you could do, an idea that we can come up with, where owners, because we normally don't do this, Castellanos is right. If a guy has a bad season, like Taijuan Walker, we're talking about releasing the guy.
Yeah.
Right? If a team has a bad season or continuous bad seasons, it's one thing, like the Rangers who beat the White Sox last year, they're 8 games under 500, but they were in the World Series last year. The White Sox don't have, there's no bright spot for the White Sox, right?
No, there's not.
Should owners lose their ownership, or do you ever come up with a relegation thing?
I would love a relegation.
Because that was my thing that I said earlier in the week. When I was talking about the White Sox, the one thing that soccer gets right, and I'm not the biggest soccer fan, is relegation. If you're not trying, then you can't be in the big market league where you make a lot of money. Yeah. The White Sox aren't trying.
Right. So
they are.
Guess what? Go play AAA baseball.
Right. Go make $0. Mm-hmm. Go do bus trips.
Hop on a bus and eat some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, boys.
Right. Why should they still be in Major League Baseball? Because now it's become a advantage to whoever's playing them.
Yeah. Also,
104 teams have won a game against the White Sox this year. Think about that.
Yeah.
They've been gifted 104 wins.
Also, the day the Dallas Cowboys get relegated will be one of the greatest days in the history
it'd be
of the
fantastic.
City. My only problem with the Castellanos comments is he commissioner for the day, you could do anything. My answer for him would have been outlawing the low and away slider.
Yeah.
But is that an unfair shot with the go-ahead home
especially
run
when we're
last
trying
night?
to talk about the positives of Nick Castellanos that nobody wants to give him.
I love you, Nick.
All right, so let's have some reaction on that, some discourse on that. It's 610-632-0975. Should owners be held to a certain standard? We're very, very lucky in this city. Other cities aren't. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor for John this week, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Casty kills the Braves again.
All right, we're going to continue all of our discussions that we've been having, but once more, just want to let you guys know that we have talked about it, and if you want to talk about it, you can. The number to climb in is 610-632-0975, whether you want to call in or if you want to text about it. The tragic news of Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew both being struck by a car yesterday and passing away at just such young ages. I mean, literally, Johnny turned 31 2 weeks ago. I'm the same age as him, so it's, hits home. But he passed away last night, as did his brother Matthew. And, we're still awaiting a lot of the information. There are a lot of people that are saying that the driver was under the influence. I haven't seen that officially reported yet.
NBC Sports Philly did put out a notification that said suspected drunk driver.
So that's why.
We don't know.
So some of the details: the driver that struck Johnny and Matthew did not leave the scene. He or she, I don't know if he or she stayed at the scene, and they brought the person in under suspect. But I don't. There's been no. Before we run with anything, there's been no information about a breathalyzer test, a failed sobriety test, nothing.
We will only discuss what we know for concrete short.
Exactly. But unfortunately, we do know that Johnny and his brother Matthew both passed away. There's rumors as to why he was in town. Apparently, Johnny's sister was getting married this weekend, and that just is absolutely heartbreaking. Again, I don't know if that's true or not. Even if it isn't, the fact that he passed away last night is absolutely tragic. So if you want to talk about it, feel free at 610-632-0975. Communication is a form of talking about things. And again, we talked about this earlier when we first had to unfortunately break the news. I was told about it being a possibility late last night. That's the first thing that I woke up to this morning. And it wasn't just the stuff on social media, but I wasn't going to say anything until it was confirmed. But we talked about this when the news first broke. I know how tight the hockey community is in this city or in this area. Not just like Flyers fans. I mean, if you played hockey, I know how tight it is because of how difficult it is to actually play hockey because of ice time and, sharing with different leagues and sharing with different, camps and all that kind of stuff. And you're playing early. You're doing crazy road trips. I mean, I know somebody that played hockey in this area, but they had a tournament in Canada, like just a normal tournament, not like the biggest tournament, worldwide tournament. It was just like, oh no, this is where our tournament is this weekend. We have to drive to Canada. Like, I understand how difficult it is. So I know that there are a lot of people in this area that know Johnny and that family and Matthew and that family very well. So if you want to talk about it, we're here for you at 610-632-0975. I know we have one text on the Johnny Gaudreau unfortunate news. Brendan, if you could read that for us. And then again, as we talked about, we're going to still try to continue to do the show as much as possible moving forward. But this is pretty tough. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, this is not – I just FaceTimed my wife and son during the commercial break. Like, this is not easy. So we will continue to do the show as much as possible. But, of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the Gaudreau family. And all of his friends. We know people that are tight with him, so it's heartbreaking. But what do we got, Brendan?
Yeah, we got Austin checking in. He says, make sure you hug the ones you love today. Life is short and unpredictable. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. Rest in peace, Johnny Hockey.
Yeah, I mean, very well said. You never know what's coming your way.
Nope.
You never do. And, again, just him and his brother were riding a bike. Who knows what they were doing? Like, they may have just been like, hey, let's get home safely. I don't know what was going on there. Or maybe they just wanted to go on a bike ride. Like, I don't know. It's just simple as that. And then, unfortunately, that happens. So whatever information does come out, we will be sure to tell you. But I'm not going to speculate anything and go too far and say that whoever did it was drunk. We don't know. Nothing is confirmed. So I would not run with that if I were anybody. All right, so have we gotten anything on the conversation about ownership, Brendan? Let me know if we do. But, Connor, I want to dive a little bit deeper into this. So Nick Castellanos says if he was commissioner for a day, he would make owners lose the team if they continuously lose. Now, we don't have that problem. And look, there would have to be within reason. Like, a rebuild's a rebuild. And I know, I know what the White Sox are doing is becoming a rebuild, but it was 2-3 years ago where you thought maybe this team had something.
Yeah.
There was a tweet that Jeff Passan put out that made its rounds earlier this season about how they were set up for years to come because of the way that team was built.
Sure.
And at one point you go, all right, maybe there is something there. And then it just fell apart.
Right. Because they had Garrett Crochet, and then they had
Luis Robert, obviously.
And they had a couple pieces. You're like, okay, maybe you can build around these guys. And they're terrible. Maybe the worst baseball.
Here you go. He put out a tweet about the White Sox and how the future is bright in Chicago. This tweet came out in 2020 because Luis Robert was under control through 2027. Eloy Jimenez, who was a good baseball player until also continuously getting hurt. Dylan Cease, Tim Anderson, who was a great shortstop until he got punched in the face by Jose Ramirez and forgot how to play baseball. No, Rougned Odor was Jose Bautista.
Yeah, good call.
Jose Ramirez of the Guardians.
I get the punch in the face at second base mixed up all the time.
Michael Kopech through 2024. Lucas Giolito at one point. Didn't he win a Cy Young?
I believe.
Or was a runner-up?
He was in the conversation.
He was in the conversation. He also fell apart. They had a lot of Dallas Keuchel. This was before his arm fell off. They had guys under control. So they're not rebuilding.
No.
You know what I mean?
They're terrible, top to bottom. And the farm system is okay, but it's not like they've...
Is it? They have 31 wins.
Well, no, I'm saying like the guys that are lower down. Like it's not like they have the worst farm system in baseball on top of the worst major league team in baseball, but it's not a true rebuild. Like that team is flat out they're stuck, they stink, they have no easy way out, and I don't know what to tell you, Chicago White Sox fans. Buckle up.
Yeah, I don't think that's changing anytime soon.
It's not.
I really don't. So, I'm curious. I wonder, is there something that sports could ever do? Now, I don't think they will ever do anything, and that's the problem.
Right. Well, yeah, because the owners are the owners. It's in the name. It is their team.
Yeah, but if you want your product to be legit, like the reason why the NFL will never go away is because you could be a dead last team 1 year and in 2 years win your division.
Right.
Right? Like, you're allowed to rebuild in the NFL and you rebuild quickly. In the NBA, if you get 1 or 2 stars because of max contracts, you're good. Baseball, you have to field 25 guys. And a lot of the times, if you think about it, Dave Dombrowski came in here, right? And did something that previous GMs would not do. He fired scouts that have been here for 30, 40 years. Right? They've been here. Some of the scouts that he got rid of were here, legacy guys here. Those legacy guys, with all due respect, barely unearthed outfielders, barely got starting pitchers. Let's face it, we have been complaining about the Phillies farm system for 30 years.
Pretty much, yeah.
Except for Utley, Howard, Rollins, and Hamels. Other than that, we've complained about the farm system. We get excited for guys like Rhys Hoskins that come up. That's one guy.
Yeah.
Not a team.
And now we have Nola, we have Bohm, we have Stott, we have guys like that.
Right. At the tail end of these scouts' tenures, right? Yes. But Dave Dombrowski said, I'm going to get rid of these guys. Most owners don't do that. They keep their guys.
Right, exactly. But the tough thing that you bring up, which is right, there has to be a little bit of nuance with it because there is a way to rebuild through losing. It's called tanking. We're very familiar with it here in Philadelphia, right, where you can't just be like, well, you can't do that because that's some teams' only path. That is the smartest way to competition. So sometimes owners are doing right by teams.
But I'll say this. You can't do a double tank. That should be a rule.
Well, here's what I would do.
You can't do a double tank.
Here's what I would do. If your team, and it'll have to be different for each sport, but if the team that you own plays below an established winning percentage line, let's say you win less than 30% of your games, you play below 300, you get put up every year that your team finishes a season with that under that mark, the fan base is able to vote whether or not you retain ownership of the team. That way, if you're tanking and the fan base is like, well, we know what they're doing and we know it's helping us, And we know it's going to put us, like, the fans are the keepers of the team, basically, to say, hey, the Sixers are in the process. They stink, but we know in 2 years we're going to have a shot to get Joel Embiid.
Right,
So
or we hope.
We're going to vote
Philadelphia
that the
is
ownership
so
vote.
reactionary, though. The Eagles go under 300 for 1 year. They're going to vote out Jeffrey Lurie's been a
Guess
great
what, buddy?
owner.
Then that's keeping you honest to make sure you put a competitive team on the field.
You mess up from time to time. Once they won.
Well, that's why
4
the
and 12
threshold
and
has
1
to
and
be
12.
like bad enough. Yeah, 4 and 12, 2012. No, I don't think that Jeffrey Lurie would have been ousted as the owner of the team.
I don't know, dude.
Who's the coach of that football team again?
Andy.
Yeah, and what did they do?
They ousted him.
Exactly.
1 year later. No, that was it.
Yeah, they fired the head coach. The other time they're close to that, Chip Kelly, gone. Like, that's the thing. They'll remove the coach, but you'll look at a situation, and if the owner has the opportunity to remove the coach, like, I think it would be a good checks and balance that you'd have to. It would allow for tanking without allowing for blatant tanking.
Just to put it out there. So Jerry Reinsdorf's the owner of the White Sox.
Yeah.
And he's been there forever. The White Sox won the World Series in 2005. Since then, so 2006 to this year, they have finished above 500 5 times. Like 5 times in 18 seasons. And by the way, of those 5 times, 85 wins. So barely over 500. 88 and 89, I'll give them credit for. But 85 wins, that's barely over 500. Like, it's not like they won 100 games.
Yeah,
all
I don't
these
know,
times.
dude. Go own a horse farm or something. Just get out of baseball.
It's unbelievable. All right, coming up next, we'll get to more text messages on all of our topics today. 9 o'clock hour still ahead. We got some more stuff for you. It is a random Fanatic Friday right here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this Fanatic Friday. Check the text line here in a second. Want to let you know that the Mike Missanelli show is coming away at 10 o'clock. Looking forward to that. At 9:30, we touched on it at the end of the show yesterday, the Tom Brady situation, but it's being talked about more and more and more now that it's becoming, more known that Tom Brady might be a partial owner of the Raiders. And, of course, Tom Brady is going to be the lead color analyst for Fox. And if it does get voted that he is a part owner of the Raiders, he will not allowed to be able to do any of the meetings leading up to game day, which then begs the question, is he deserving of the spot?
Well, I'll tell you right now, there's no way he can do both. It's not going to happen.
He can do both for a year, and they will see if it misses a beat or not.
But
I saw a great tweet yesterday. Nobody's tuning in for the color analyst. You're right. I'm not tuning in for Tom Brady. I'm tuning in for Fox's America's Game.
There's just so much stuff that's like conflict of interest. Like, can't owners technically not criticize game officials? Like, aren't they fined for criticizing game officials? So, like, if somebody makes a bad call in a game, is Tom Brady, as the color analyst, not allowed to say, referee, he flat out missed that one?
Right.
Like, you can't talk.
Maybe for Raiders games, which he can do, they said.
You can't talk to the players. Like, I don't know. No, I think it's everything, because how often do you see, like, for example, Jim Irsay? How often he puts out a lot of dumb tweets, but how often do you see, like, him tweeting about a call in, like, an Eagles-Packers game? Like, I think that fine applies to even games that aren't for the team that you own.
Maybe,
I think
you're probably
just
right.
An owner of the league, there's certain things that are a conflict to the business that you operate, and commentating on it is going to create a lot of those conflicts.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. So we'll get into that deeper in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, we'll start focusing on tonight's Phillies game in a little bit. Game 2, hopefully they can continue the good times rolling. But what do we have on the text line there, Brendan, about any of our topics that we've had today?
Yeah, speaking about the Phillies, we got somebody chiming in about the Nick Castellanos conversation we've had. He says Castellanos' second half of this season is much like the first half of last year, where he was an all-star and the team MVP. I'm not saying he's the team MVP this year, but he deserves a lot more credit than he gets.
Yeah, I don't believe he's team. He was team MVP last season.
Yes.
People can argue with me till I'm blue in the face. He was the team MVP last season. Was Bryce Harper unreal for a month last year? Yes. Nick Castellanos played 157 games last year. Was an all-star in the first half of the season, and there is a misconception that he was horrible after the all-star game, and that's just not true. He was bad in the month of June. July, he was better. August, he was on an absolute tear. And in October, he's playing kind of the way that he is playing now. And he's having another good season. He had his 19th home run last night. I told you he'll probably get to 22, 23. Who knows? He could get red hot. I mean, he's hit 2 home runs in 3 games.
Yeah.
Right? He could get red hot. He could reach 25. That's 6 home runs in 30-some games. He could very well do it. I mean, he is more of a power hitter than a singles guy. The average, I told you, would get up to between 240 and 250. This was when he was batting like 190. I felt comfortable still saying that. It's up to 250. It might continue to go up. It might drop
Good
a
call
little.
by you.
It might drop a little bit. It could. He's a streaky hitter. But when he's on, he is on. And out of his almost 3 full seasons as the right fielder for the Philadelphia Phillies /DH at times, has he been up to the contract? No. But is he as bad as a lot of people make him out to be? Hell no.
You ready for this? I'm going to do a great crossover between 2 topics today.
What we got?
Call my shot. So we about can the Eagles win the Super Bowl earlier this week, and we brought that up earlier on in the show about like if you say no, like you're crazy.
Right.
That's the thing with Nick Castellanos. Is he a player that you can like guarantee day in and day out he's going to be this guy for the team? Like, he's not Bryce Harper. He's not Trey Turner. He's not one of these guys whose like track record of success is undeniable. But how many baseball players, and like most of them play for the White Sox, are there around Major League Baseball where it's like they don't have a chance to do what Nick Castellanos does?
Right, exactly.
I'd rather have a guy. You can't get a team full of guys that are guaranteed to be great every day. It just doesn't exist. But he's a player that has a chance to be anytime he steps on the field, and people almost treat that like a bad thing. Like you'd rather have a player that couldn't possibly do this.
Right.
Like,
he's been pretty good. Not great. Not great.
Also,
Last year he was an all-star. Not great. But He's been better than a lot of people make him out to be. And I find it
Zach
interesting.
Wheeler, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Not even a question this year.
All right, coming up next, we will focus on tonight's Phillies game. Phillies-Braves, game number 2 of this 4-game series, important 4-game series, just to build some ground in the NL East. He did that last night with a nice win. We'll react to some more of what happened last night, preview tonight, and a whole lot more. Big 9 o'clock hour ahead of you. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor and for John, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On this Fanatic Friday, Mike Missanelli show coming your way in about an hour. Still got a lot in store for you today on this Football Friday. That's what I'm calling it because we're 1 week away from the start of the Eagles season, 6 days away, unbelievable, from the start of the NFL when the Ravens and Chiefs battle on Thursday night. We can't wait for it. We've talked about a lot of football stuff today. We talked about enjoyment of sports. We talked about the Brazil thing a little bit today because all of a sudden it was like people were reminded yesterday that they're playing in Brazil because the A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, they both spoke about going to Brazil. They didn't really even want to talk about it. And people were like in an uproar, but it's like they're not walking around Sao Paulo.
Right. They had the Olympics 8 years ago? It wasn't that. Bottom line is there have been events in Brazil before. The Eagles have traveled places before. They'll be able to figure it out. If you're going to the actual, if you're traveling to the game, do your research on where you should go and where you shouldn't go, any other city.
Look, I will say this. I'm more concerned for fans than I am
Absolutely.
the players.
The players are going to be fine.
The fans that are going to this trip that might want to walk around and do stuff, be careful.
Right.
The players, they're going to be in their team hotel.
But guess what, dude? If our own Ray Dunn, producer of the Mike Missanelli Show.
Yes.
He's in Kansas City right now.
He is.
If I was going to Kansas City, I would try to keep an eye out on okay, where's a part of the city that's good? Where's a part of the city where I'd be a little bit in more dangerous territory?
Right.
And avoid. It happens everywhere. That's just normal traveling, folks. Just because it's a country that speaks Portuguese doesn't mean that it's totally different than traveling in the United States or traveling in Europe or anything. Or just do your research. Be careful.
Yes.
The Eagles players are going to be fine. Let's focus on whether or not they can beat the Packers.
Right. Well, and that's my biggest beef is the fact that, since it came out, I've had a problem with it, that the Eagles are playing a big conference game at what would have been Lincoln Financial Field in Sao Paulo, where it's not going to have this raucous kind of environment. I know Eagles fans travel well, and for a lot of people, they'd probably pick that as their summer vacation, right? It's still tail end of the summer. It's the week of Labor Day. Maybe people took off the entire week, and so they're going to fly out there. I get it. There might still be knowing Eagles fans, it's going to be a solid showing of Eagles fans. But it's not going to be 85,000 or whatever the link can hold.
No.
And that's my biggest problem with the game being in Brazil. It has nothing to do with the location. It just has everything to do with losing a game on home turf in a big game against the Packers. I probably still would have had a problem with it if they were playing anybody. But, look, they won in London a few years ago, didn't they? Did they win that? I forget.
Maybe.
Honestly, that's the thing. Do you remember? Do you remember if they lost? You don't.
Yeah, they beat the Jags.
Okay, but you won. Okay, they won. Nobody
That's
really
how I knew
remembers.
they won because I knew it was the Jags because the Jaguars are basically London's team.
Right, exactly.
And, they didn't lose to the Jaguars.
But nobody's like, oh man, remember that year when they won in London? No, they just remember that they beat London. They beat the Jags.
But it ruined the Phillies season.
Right? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, for the Phillies, that's right. But when it comes to this, if they were playing the Giants, I'd be like, all right, whatever. They're going to beat the Giants no matter where. They could be playing on my backyard. They beat the Giants, right?
I don't think your yard's big enough.
It's not. But my biggest thing is for this, you lost a home environment against the Packers, which will be a legitimate conference opponent this year.
And I think that's fair. But what I will also say is, at some point, okay, I'm just going to say, at some point, get the hell over it. They're going to play the football game either way. Whatever. If you're a better team than the Packers, go beat them in Brazil. If you're not a better team than the Packers, it'll show. Or if you're not prepared, it's going to show. Yes, would it be nice to have the home environment? Sure. Bottom line is, you should be able to go beat this team.
Right. Absolutely. And, of course, we've also been talking about the tragic news that happened this morning. It happened last night, but it came out this morning. It was confirmed this morning that Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew both tragically passed away yesterday near their house, their childhood home. I don't know if that's the exact house they grew up in, but there's talks about them being in the area for their sister's wedding, which God bless. I can't believe that happened. But Johnny Gaudreau and Matthew Gaudreau tragically passed away last night, being hit by a suspected drunk driver. Again, suspected. I'm not going to get into it until I know that it's true. I will say this, though. If you're a drunk driver, you're an ass face. Like,
yes.
Either way. How about we make that point clear? Like,
yeah.
Don't freaking do it. Like, you got Lyfts, you got Ubers, you got friends. Don't freaking do it. Like, even if, like, just a couple of weeks ago, my wife and I went into the city, and we weren't even planning on, like, let's go get drunk. Like, it was just like, let's Uber just in case.
Right.
You know?
It's 2024, folks.
Come on.
Figure it out.
And so we are reacting to that. If you want to talk about it, we're here for you. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. It's been a rough show, so I'll be honest with you, trying to continue doing the show since it's happened. But another thing that I want people to be careful of. So the name of the driver has been released. He has a similar name of like 3 or 4 other people from the town that he's in. So just be careful. Like, I know what people do. They're going to go to social media. They're going to find the person. That guy's in jail right now, by the way. So, like, he's not seeing your DMs. He's not seeing your comments on his picture.
Twitter is going to be the least of that guy's work.
Yeah, that guy's in jail right now. So, I get it. You're angry. You're pissed off. The guy did something. If it is true that he was a drunk driver, he did something that's inexcusable, and you want to attack almost with a keyboard, right? But there are multiple of this guy's name. The guy's name, it's public. The guy's name is Sean Higgins. But there are multiple Sean Higginses of Woodstown, New Jersey. So, like, be careful before you start DMing the wrong one.
Yeah.
And, like, this guy's just trying to go about his day, and it's not even, he's not even the guy.
Now is the time. As much as you may be hurting, as much as you may, like, understand the situation that caused this was a stupid decision on the part of someone.
Yes.
It's a time to grieve, and it's a time to remember Johnny and Matt.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a time to go after somebody.
No.
Like, it just doesn't.
Yeah. So just be careful, because there's another Matt Higgins. So, like, or Sean Higgins, excuse me.
Yeah.
Like, there's a, like,
right. So just,
like, come on, just be careful. All right. That's all. All right. So Phillies look to make it 2 straight tonight. See, that's why I hate this part of the gig. Let's turn our attention to the Phillies. Yeah. The Phillies look to make it 2 straight tonight against the Atlanta Braves. They take game 1 yesterday. Again, people were down the dumps during the game yesterday until the Brandon Marsh 3-run home run and then the Nick Castellanos 2-run shot in the 7th inning. But look, I mean, that was a great baseball game. Like, if you could take your fandom aside.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. See, for me, I think great is back and forth. Like,
okay.
Like, that, there were 5 innings of that baseball game where I was like, I would rather be anywhere else. But
right. I got you. That's fair.
Yeah.
But then they get the win, and the bullpen, Kirkering was tremendous yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Remember, early on in the season, he was a little wishy-washy. He had was it the flu?
Yeah,
that
the
kept
super
him
flu
out.
that
Yeah, and
people didn't believe
and
him.
that threw off his training and spring training, and then he didn't get off to the best start.
I don't even care about the flu. Dude's young. He went from single A to the major league roster to pitching in the NLCS last year. Like, there's always going to be growing pains.
Right.
So the fact that he's gotten to this point, his first full year in the majors, like, that's a good spot to be.
And he's having a good year. His ERA is 2.25. Like,
he's a very good pitcher.
He's having a great season.
I don't know what his ceiling is, but he's going to be a problem.
Right. So Kirkering goes an inning in the 3rd in relief of Christopher Sanchez, who ultimately pitched well yesterday. Then Matt Strahm the inning, Jeff Hoffman the inning. So a great outing for the Phillies bullpen. And, of course, the bats coming up big at the end with Brandon Marsh. Look, I got to give Brandon Marsh credit, right? He's been a guy. He does. Look, you know me, all right, doing this job on a daily basis. I am a give credit when credit is due guy. I'm not the biggest Brandon Marsh fan, even though my son is. So it's heartbreaking when the
old man will come around.
Like, it's heartbreaking that we were at I went to Clearview Regional High School, and I live near Clearview once again. So I took him to his first high school football game last night. He's 2, right? He's asking me where Brandon Marsh is.
Oh, I love it.
I'm like,
cool.
He's not here. And then he kept calling the So they were playing Cherry Hill East, which wore white and red. He was calling them the Phillies. And I was like,
man, he's rooting against the old man's alma mater?
Yeah, he's rooting against the Pioneers. When Cherry Hill East scored, we were the only group on the side of the Clearview side cheering.
Well, you didn't really have a chance when Clearview scored.
Yeah, they didn't. They don't worry. Young program. They'll turn things around.
There's some kid on his way into school today that's like, why did I just get a high school football ricochet shot on Kincade Salciunas? Sorry, boys.
Well, no, they're at school right now. Oh, no, school hasn't started yet till next week with football has. But anyways, Brandon Marsh, I give credit when credit's due. When he was down, it was bad. In his last 10 games, he has a hit in 6 of them. One of those games he didn't start in. So in his last 9 games that he started, he has a hit in 5 of them. The big 3-run home run yesterday. He went 2 for 4 yesterday. Do I still think he's kind of the guy that he is? Absolutely, I do. But the swing that really excited me was the Astros home run the opposite field. And when I see a guy start hitting the ball to all fields, even if it's just one swing, I go, all right, maybe things are starting to turn around a little bit. And since then he's still striking out way too much. He went 2 for 4 yesterday, 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, but
still striking out way too much.
I don't know, man. I don't know what people think Brandon Marsh is supposed to be for this baseball team. That's maybe where I'm coming around on the way people think about him. There's a chance that for the first postseason game this team plays, he is the worst player in the lineup. And that's not saying he's bad, but I'm just saying he may be the 9th guy. If Johan Rojas isn't out there, depending on how you feel about Austin Hayes, I'm taking Castellanos, I am taking Real Muto, I am taking Harper, Turner, Schwarber, Bohm. If Bohm's healthy, hopefully he's healthy too.
Yeah, X-rays were negative.
Right. I'm probably taking Stott, depending on how hot he is. There's a chance that Brandon Marsh is your 9th man.
Right.
Maybe it's because of the personality. Maybe it's because of trading O'Hoppe.
Yeah, that's the big one. Everyone's going to pay attention to O'Hoppe, who was once considered an untouchable, literally the week of the trade deadline. And he gets traded, and he's starting to put together some decent stuff going on in Anaheim. The average is down to 246, by the way, but people are going to pay close attention.
O'Hoppe here is your 14th or 15th guy because he's not going to play over Real Muto. So, I think people almost expect. And Brandon Marsh is capable of more than being it. I'm not saying he stinks, but I'm saying remember what his role on this team is supposed to be. If he is your worst player and he has the ceiling that we saw in the postseason last year or for the first 2 months of this season, that's better than basically every other team. So just understand what he's supposed to do.
I was going to say, I think you have to have him in that postseason lineup based on if he is the 9th best player in your lineup and he can change the game with one swing of the bat. I don't think Austin Hayes is doing that, and I know Johan Rojas is most likely never going to hit a 3-run bomb that makes a difference in a game.
Right.
I'd rather have Johan Rojas coming off the bench playing outfield late in the game when you need defense and have Brandon Marsh out there changing the game early, hopefully, with the home run.
Lucky John's not here. He'd be coming after you. Now, speaking of O'Hoppe, this is funny, right? When Brandon Marsh is struggling, we all kind of look, all right, who's the guy they trade? And we look at his stats. And things were going well for O'Hoppe. And look, I still think he's going to have a decent career.
He's
who
a good
knows?
player.
Yeah, who knows?
I think, he's a good player.
So this year, Brandon Marsh, in a year where people were done with him, right? Batting 246, on base of 321. He's got 14 home runs. But the big thing is the strikeouts. 133 strikeouts in 346 at bats, which is horrible. I mean, that's literally a third of your at bats. Horrible. Logan O'Hoppe, on the other hand, batting 246, exact same batting average. On base percentage of 303, whereas Marsh's is 321. He's got 3 more home runs than Brandon Marsh. But I mentioned the 133 strikeouts for Brandon Marsh. He struck out 126 times. So it's not like Logan O'Hoppe is having some ridiculous season.
Yeah.
But that's what people go to.
Yeah, right.
They go, oh, well, what about the guy that they traded him for?
I got
He's not that great of a season either.
You couldn't have used him.
They could very well be the same player, just different positions.
And think about this. How bad has the outfield been at points this year with Brandon Marsh? You know how much worse they'd be without Brandon Marsh? Andrew, let me ask you a question. How often do you see the Philadelphia Phillies develop outfield talent in their minor league system?
Not often.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's other guys waiting in the wings where it's like, oh, well, if we didn't have Marsh, this guy would be playing or something like that. Like, you had to move O'Hoppe to find a guy that could fill a role in the outfield where you didn't have somebody, and now he's a piece of this team that, let's be realistic about what he's going to be asked to be and where the ceiling is as a player. He is a below-average major league hitter with a higher ceiling than the average ninth best player on a team.
Right. That is accurate. All right, so tonight's game, wheels up today, right?
Ranger. Ranger.
Oh, Ranger Danger. Sorry. Ranger Danger tonight against Ronaldo Lopez. Wheels up is tomorrow against Max Fried. Look, Lopez, he handled business the last time the Phillies got him. Now, the beauty of the sport of baseball is that guy in his last outing against the Phillies went 5 innings, allowed just 1 earned run on 5 hits, struck out 10.
Yeah, it's a good day.
But the beauty of baseball, you saw him just 10 days ago. So you got a bit of a scouting report and recency knowing what he did against you.
I also believe, if my sources, being my dumb brain, are correct, that this is the 5th right-handed starter the Phillies have seen in a row.
Okay.
There is something
do something
to that.
for that?
It's
Yeah.
righty. I know bullpen arms, you're going to see lefties over the course of the game, but like getting prepared to face a right-handed arm and knowing at the start of the game you're seeing it coming from one side is, okay, there's something to that. You get a groove a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. Look, we talked about it yesterday before the series even started. 2-2 is bare minimum in this series.
Yes.
Because you don't want them to all of a sudden have life and be down 2 or 3 games in the division, right?
Right.
If you go 2-2, you remain at 5 games up going into the series. So now you're up 6. Yeah. So it was 5 games up. You split the series. You remain 5 games up. You win the series, man. You know, all of a sudden we're talking 7.
Yeah. You sweep?
Ooh. I doubt that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen,
hey, man. Opportunities.
But we talked about having the edge in the pitching matchups. This was the only one just because of what Ranger Suarez has been going through this season, where I go, maybe Atlanta has the edge. But after this one, man, Zach Wheeler over Max Fried and Aaron Nola over Spencer Schwellenbach.
Yeah, I feel totally good about that. Here's another thing, too. Like, I didn't see any of it really last night on social media. But let's just put this out there. Because I know that, like, John Kincaid's whole thing of it doesn't matter till it matters and the little things, a sloppy baseball team. I don't care if this team gets no hit through 9 innings and wins because somebody walked and stole second and third and home.
Right.
I don't care what it looks like. I don't care how you do it. These next 3 games against Atlanta, this series, I care about the final score, and that is it. So I don't want to hear anybody complaining about the base running or the fielding or the approach at the plate. If they win, that's all that matters in this series. We can get back to it next time out about the fundamentals of this team. No.
My brain feels empty.
Come on now. Brendan Gunn.
I was begun. I was not. I would not say. You know what?
Not me.
You know, last time when Johnny was out,
you got.
Yeah, but Brendan grabbed him the audio. You double agent. Now I'm just doing what I'm told. Now, son, you're taking shots, mate. I'm gonna text.
Ain't nobody told you to hit that
John
drop.
Kincaid. I'm gonna say, hey, we're gonna ask our associate producer to pull the audio, and that's you.
Not pulling that one. I'll tell you that.
What?
All right, coming up next, we continue today's show. Tom Brady. Apparently, some owners are now having second thoughts. By the way,
they should be. This should not happen. This should not happen. It can't.
It will be voted on, I believe, either this week or next week. I mean, it's already Friday, so probably next week. Whether or not Tom Brady will be a partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. And if he is, then he loses a lot of his opportunities as the lead color analyst of Fox. So I want to dive into this a little bit more because I kind of threw that bombshell on you at the end of the show yesterday. I want to get more of your thoughts on this coming up next because it changes a lot. And another question is, do you even care? Because I don't know how many people are tuning in for Tom Brady. Some people will, but some people won't be. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Fanatic Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
.com.
It is 9:29 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this Fanatic Friday, Football Friday, 1 week away from the start of the Eagles season. We're excited. Look, we're very excited. If you're just tuning in and if you haven't heard it yet, it's been a somber show because it was confirmed this morning from New Jersey State Police and also the Columbus Blue Jackets, and now multiple news sources have run with it, that Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew tragically passed away last night. They were riding bikes on a 551 in Jersey near Salem. And apparently, according to the police report, again, suspected drunk driver. That's not been confirmed yet. But the driver was passing a car that was in front of him, which you are allowed to do if it's like the dashed lines. Just like people would do if they're driving down the shore, through the Pine Barrens or whatever. And he passed the car, and then when he was getting back into the right lane, he went too far onto the shoulder and tragically struck Johnny and his brother Matthew. And so we've been talking about that a lot today. And it's been a tough show. And I tried putting it in words earlier about the hockey community. And again, I'm not in the hockey community. I did not play hockey growing up. I was a baseball, basketball, football guy. I did not play hockey growing up. But I know I had a good friend of mine who was very big into hockey. And so I know what it took for him to play hockey. Our old buddy Hunter, we know how hard it was to play hockey. It's not like a baseball field where you join Little League and there's 12 teams. It's a little bit different. And so I tried putting into words about how tight that community is. But Raider Frank, who's a big Flyers fan, big hockey fan, and he listens to the station. We go back and forth on social media. I think he put it best into words, so I want to read his tweets because he is one of those members of the hockey community, so he can speak to it better than I can. But he tweeted this out about 20 minutes ago. He said, "I'm not going to act like I was Johnny Gaudreau's buddy. I wasn't. But there are a sizable number of us in the Delaware Valley who watched him grow up in local rinks and watched him compete against our own kids. We saw him grow into a fine young man. We got to know his family. We got to know him as a kid, a teenager, and an NHL star. He stayed the same way all the way through. The hockey community in our area knows what I mean. If I'm not wording things properly, I apologize. My mind is racing right now. Two incredibly fine young men, R.I.P. Johnny and Matthew." And I think those are the exact words that I was trying to put out there. Because I can't necessarily speak out of experience.
Yeah.
But like you know your baseball community, but baseball community's huge.
Yeah.
Right.
I also have close friends that I grew up with and went to school with that were hockey guys that played with Johnny or played against Johnny and stuff like that. And
right.
You hear stories about these guys. They feel like larger than life figures, and in moments like this where you realize he's just a kid our age and just like a guy that, I guess we're not kids anymore, but like our age, a peer of ours.
He's literally 4 months older than me. You know what I mean? Like
talented hockey player, but someone that a lot of people that we grew up with grew up around, and everything that's being said is everything that I've ever heard in stories about him, about the person and the player and the man that he was. So it sucks.
So our thoughts and prayers are with the Gaudreau family, the entire Gaudreau family, and most importantly the Gaudreau family, but even bigger than that, the hockey community in the Delaware Valley. Because again, if you play Little League, I played Mullica. I was in Mullica Hill, right? I played Harrison Township Little League.
I played 20 minutes up the road or whatever.
Right.
I probably would have never played you.
I didn't know you. But if...
Well, that's because you stunk.
Wow. But if you were a hockey player out of Mullica Hill, you played kids in Philadelphia. You played kids in suburban Pennsylvania because there's not many hockey teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's tough. So the hockey community, if you are in one, is bigger than just your township. And so hearing that news, getting that news last night, but it getting confirmed this morning, it's been a rough time talking about it. And, I can only imagine how it is for people that are even closer to the situation. So if you want to talk about it, feel free. We are here for you. You can text in, you can call in, you can do whatever you want. We're here for you to talk about it. All right, so we touched on this yesterday toward the end of the show with Tom Brady. So Tom Brady is trying to become a part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Of course he is. Like, out of all teams, like, of course he's trying to get into the Vegas thing, right? So what led to then a discussion yesterday was something that I heard on the ESPN overnight, and now it's becoming more and more of a national story, that if Tom Brady were to be voted as a part owner of the Raiders, his job is in question as the lead color analyst for Fox. And I remember yesterday I was saying, if I'm Greg Olson, I'm pissed off, right? Basically, Brady would still be able to be the color analyst, can still do his job, be as critical or as unbiased or as biased, whatever he wants, as he can be. But the big part about his job that he can't do is the midweek, late in the week meetings with players and coaches, because there could be an unfair advantage. He could get some tips and he could send it to the Raiders. I don't think he would do that. I don't think Tom Brady is trying to become a partial owner of the Raiders to win.
No.
I think he's more so for an investment because his cryptocurrency went in the tank.
Yeah, that's probably it. If I know
he's trying to make some money.
Right. If I know anything about Tom Brady, he's not like to gain extra advantage through things outside the
Yeah, he would never do that. And he's not somebody that's hungry to win either, right? So he he's going to not be able to do part of his job. Now, I don't tune in for the color analysts. I don't tune like, you know how people put out the weekly, so and so will be calling the Eagles game.
Right.
There are guys I really don't like hearing. Like, I hated Joe Tessitore. Like, I couldn't stand. That was the worst Monday Night Football career. Like,
again.
No, like every once in a while, there's guys I can't stand. But then there's like, all right, whatever. Like, as long as you're not the D team or the E team or that team.
Yeah, like where you legitimately don't know how to pronounce the players' names and stuff like that.
Right. Like but, oh, man, we got Al Michaels. Like, yeah, that's great. And then if it's not Al Michaels, it's Joe Buck. And if it's like, they're very good. They're all very good, except for
Kevin
a couple.
Harlan. Like,
right?
There's a bunch of great.
But I'm not tuning in for the color analysts. Like, I could get annoyed. Like, Romo annoys me. But, like, if I find out that it's Nance and Romo, so be it.
Now, here's what I will say. I do think there's part of this because of the space that we're in and the people commenting on it. Like, social media reaction is one thing. But the people who are talking about this Brady thing with any type of a platform are people in the broadcast industry. So there's this whole protection of the difficulty of the job. And I don't mean this in any way to bother anybody who does sports broadcasting and like play-by-play color commentary for a living. But if the lead is prepared, shouldn't Tom Brady just be able to sit there and watch a football game and tell you what he's seeing? Like, shouldn't he be able to do it without all the prep being Tom Brady? Like, am I simplifying this too much?
No, because, like, look, I think he can react to the game and the play-by-play guy
exactly
tells some of the stories, but that's not his role, right? So Burkhardt's going to have to probably change. Like, I was talking to Coach Nick Sirianni earlier this week. Tom Brady can't say that kind of stuff.
Right.
He literally can't. Doesn't matter who's and Brady can react to what Burkhardt says.
Yeah, but you just have a more balanced booth like that. Tom will have to carry a little bit more of the conversation. I don't know.
It's just interesting. Now, again, Tony Romo, when he first came out of the league, was amazing predicting the plays because he was just out of the league. He played those defensive coordinators. He played against the defensive players. Once 5, 6, 7 years, he's removed from the league, and now things are different. He's not predicting the plays that he used to.
That's the thing. Like, Brady's ownership is not just like a year or two.
Right, that's not going away.
Exactly.
And Brendan brought this up yesterday. This wasn't even where my mind first went, but you're right, Brendan. Fox is paying him a ridiculous salary to do just the game day now.
Hey, man, must be good gig if you can get it.
Yeah, but that's not what they first hired him. Now, I wonder, see, this is, I wish Mike or Bill were in here, the two great lawyers that they are.
Like, legally, are they able to recoup that money or void that contract if he becomes an owner?
That's what I wanted to bring up a little bit earlier because Chunas mentioned maybe it'll be a 1-year trial. But if they try it out this year and then they let him go. They're going to have to pay that, right? Because they already set the precedent that it was fine to go out there and do it. We just didn't like the way it turned out.
Right. Oh, I find it very interesting. Like, I don't know how that would go because there could come a time where Fox says, "Oh my God, we can't do this. Like, this sounds bad." Like,
yeah,
we might not care, but they might.
You brought it up yesterday. Also, another party to this, Greg Olson, who was replaced for Tom Brady. You know what I'm doing for the next couple of days if I'm Greg Olson? I'm driving like training facility to training facility and taking like pictures and videos of me sitting down with head coaches and quarterbacks. Just did a great interview with Nick Sirianni, who I can talk to.
Getting ready for the game.
You made the joke yesterday, but Tom Brady does find his way into some film from practices. So if Olsen records himself, Tom Brady's going to get it.
Right. That's a good point.
Greg Olsen. I'm sorry.
All right, what do we have on the text line there, B Gun?
Yeah, we got someone chiming in on the Eagles conversation that we started earlier. Do you believe they have Super Bowl aspirations, and can they get it done? Joe's checking in. He says, I do believe they can get it done. I don't think they will. But for any fan to go out there and say that it can't happen, they're ridiculously negative.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't think that it can happen, like then again, I don't know why you're watching sports. I'm not asking you to say the Eagles will win the Super Bowl this year. I'm just asking, do you think that they have a chance? And if you say no, then I find that insane.
Yeah, and people might treat this as a crazy question, but we see it all the time. Now, it's mostly a social media response, which is prisoner of the moment type stuff. So maybe it's not like the true, like, deep in your heart feeling of what you have about these sports teams. But how often do we see people say, oh, this team will never win. Oh, this team will never win at all. They have no chance. They're dead. The season's over. This, that, and the other thing. Like, come on, folks. Believe in something a little bit. Will you?
Well, that would be nice. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Of course, Connor's been in for John all week long and will be on Monday as well, Labor Day Monday. We are not taking off Monday. John, the slacker, is. Just kidding. He'll be back on Tuesday. And, of course, coming up next, I mentioned the Key 3. We get to some more text messages as well on this Fanatic Friday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
President General Manager Howie Roseman.
We're incomplete right now. You know, we're at 53, but we really...
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, on this Fanatic Friday. Connor, you've done a tremendous job filling in for John.
Oh, thank you. You make it easy. I just sit here and react to the stuff that you say, which most of the time is kind of crazy, and it makes it simple.
Look, I try to be, as I told you, I'm an evil scientist, and you made the great point. Why do scientists have to be evil?
Everyone says mad scientist. Why can't you be a happy scientist?
I don't know. But
we're just a scientist.
That's just what I do around here. I put together the handy dandy show sheet. All right, we're back at it with some more text messages coming up, but it is time now for the Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Philadelphia Andrew Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas. Connor, happy Fanatic, let's say it, Football Friday, as we are 1 week away from the start of the Eagles season.
Hell yeah, baby. Cannot wait. This time next week, we're going to be getting ready, waking up on an Eagles game day. So that's fun.
Dude, this time next week, we'll be reacting to whether our bets hit or not for Ravens Chiefs. We got football action in 6 days, man. I can't believe it.
It's here.
But it feels great to have football right around the corner. So, of course, as the show continues today, we're going to have a lot of Eagles topics for you. Today's one of these days. I said to Connor, I was like, I got a bunch of random stuff that I'm going to throw your way today. It's all sports related. But I got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to throw your way as the show continues in the 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. But here's what I want to start off with. I want to talk about enjoyment and whether or not you actually get it from sports. So first things first, Phillies with a great win last night against the Braves. They win 5-4. They're down 3-0 early. Braves score a run in the second. They score 2 in the third. And then they put up a fourth run in the sixth inning. So top of the sixth inning, the Phils are down 4-0. And you're going, oh, my God. Charlie Morton is shutting them out. And everybody's freaking out, right? Because the previous game, they're no-hit through 7 innings against a rookie. And now the next day, they're facing 75-year-old Charlie Morton, who's throwing about 75 miles per hour. And people are saying, here we go. Everybody told us that they were back after a couple of wins. And then they get almost no-hit against the Astros. And then they come out here, and now they're getting blanked by Charlie Morton. Until Brandon Marsh steps up to the plate in the bottom of the sixth inning and hits a 3-run home run, scoring Nick Castellanos and JT Realmuto. There's a reason why I mentioned Nick Castellanos. So they're down 4-3. Then in the bottom of the seventh inning, Nick Castellanos steps up to the plate, and it's a 2-run shot, dead center. Trey Turner scores. Castellanos obviously scores. They win 5-4. The ninth inning, boom, 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 done and over with. Jeff Hoffman does the
that's your friend.
The dip celebration, right?
I love it.
After Whit Merrifield grounds out, and the Phillies get the win. Here's what I'm getting at, and this is something that, again, today's one of these days where I'm going to be all over the place, but this is a topic that also I can tie into the Eagles. This is kind of a 4-for-4 topic, to quote an old friend. How does sports provide enjoyment for you? This is something where we will get a million different answers. And the reason why I asked the question is because I think there are some people that only watch sports for championships, right? And if that's the case, you have been more miserable in your life than you've been happy, right? 2 championships in 40 years, okay?
Not great.
Like, that means the Phillies getting to the World Series and NLCS in back-to-back years was not enough for you because they have not won. So that means ultimately you didn't feel the ultimate joy. 2022, I will look back at that season with nothing but happiness.
I agree.
Right? And they didn't win. But the ride is something that I enjoy. I always say that sports is the greatest reality TV show that's out there.
The reason that I try and enjoy everything as much as I can when it comes to sports and life in general is because one day, hopefully, God willing, I'm going to wake up at like 70 years old, and I'm going to look into the eyes of my child. They're going to be like, Dad, or maybe Grandpa,
yeah,
what was it like back in the 2020?
Yeah.
When you had Joel Embiid and Bryce Harper and Jason Kelsey and Jalen Hurts and Matt Michkov, hopefully. Long way to go for him, but still. And championship appearances and division titles and all these wins.
This is a good time,
and
man.
I don't want to have to wake up, or I don't want to have to look into my kid's eyes and say,
they pissed away the opportunities. All they did was lose.
And be like, I didn't really enjoy it all that much. Because you know what he's going to say? What?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean you didn't enjoy it? The Phillies are winning 34 games this year in the year 2070 or whatever it's going to be. And there are going to be bad times.
I do believe that we have gotten spoiled recently. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas key three. 3 best minutes from today's show. I had a little recently. Man, I like nose in the air the way I sounded at the end there. I apologize.
Yeah.
But we've been spoiled in this city to the point where if we don't win a championship, people are outraged.
Yeah, but
it's amazing.
And I understand it, right? I'm not faulting people who get upset. The expectation should be championship. It's not about the expectations. But I refuse to look back on this time in my life as a sports fan and say, I didn't enjoy it. And that's what you're going to have to do if you're some of these people. It could be you out there listening right now. Ask yourself, are you doing your best to enjoy the time in sports that we're going through right now? Are you getting as much as you should be out of great teams and great athletes, all-time talents, some of the greatest time we'll ever have in our lives as sports fans?
I don't know. And here's the thing. Think about this. Like, this is real. I'm not, remember the Jimmy Rollins frontrunner thing?
Yeah.
Like, this is real. Like, there are people that won't watch until they're good. And that's any city.
Which I don't think that's a big deal.
That's
honestly.
neither do I. Neither do I. So there are people that only watch when the Phillies are good. And so when they put it on, the Phillies lose, they're probably more angry than most. Like you and I and Brendan, we were going to Phillies games during the 10-year playoff drought.
In these trenches.
I was going to Sixers games during the process so that when they are relevant, I'm not saying championship contenders, relevant. That's a step in the right direction, and I'm happy about that, right? Like, I was at Joel Embiid's first game. I didn't think they were going to do anything that year, but I was excited. It was something new. But there are people that won't watch until the teams are very good. And then when they start losing, they go, oh, this team stinks. Oh, what's the point of me watching? Like, there are people that are like that.
There are. And then there are people that watch every game, and just for some reason, the sky is always falling, and they can't find a way to enjoy things, even though being in a situation like we have in this city, not just with the Phillies, but basically all of our teams, is an incredible spot to be.
Damn right. We are 1 week away from the Eagles season.
Hell yeah, we are. I want you to remember to support life-saving research. Join me and our generous partners, Davis CPA Group, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR Cancer Research. Saves lives.
Again, our thoughts and prayers and condolences to the Gaudreau family as Johnny and Matthew tragically lost their lives last night, getting hit by a suspected drunk driver while they were riding their bikes in their hometown yesterday. So we are sorry to everybody in the hockey community and, of course, the Gaudreau family. The Mike Missanelli Show is coming your way next. We'll be back at it on Monday. Labor Day, we will be on the air. Johnny's going to be back on Tuesday. John Kincade. So we're looking forward to that. Everybody have a great weekend. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. Mike's got a nice blue shirt on today. Make sure you check out the YouTube. It's a nice shirt. It looks good.